Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Africa Show. Welcome to your show. Welcome to your show. We are live on Africa TV. Karibuni sana wadau. Nimeona wengi mmeng'ang'ana kuingoja hii show. Jumbe zimeingia huko kando, nimewaona mkitamani kujoin. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this great conversation that's about to happen. This is Africa Show. This is your host Jake, the moderator. Karibuni sana. Tuko tayari kuwapa mambo kali, mambo hot. Show ya leo, this one you must love. This one is a sit and watch, sit and enjoy, sit and follow back kwa sababu this one this one you must love. Asante sana. Nijuze unatazama ukiwa wapi. I'll be reading you live on air. I'll be telling people where you're watching us from. Comment hapo tu kwa comment section. Let me know where this is finding you. My friends and my fellow Kenyans, I'm telling you, kumbe kilitulamba na tu kujua. I'll be telling you why kilitulamba mapema and you will be seeing why. But zaidi ya yote, karibu kwa show. I'm your host Jake, the moderator. We have a great show lined up for you. Wajuze wawili watatu kwa kulike hii video, kwa kusubscribe to Africa Channel, Africa TV. Hapa ndipo wengi tupo, hapa ndipo unapatikana, hapa ndipo show kali kama hii inakupata. Jiunge nami, let me know where you're watching me from. Ambaye amekuwa wa kwanza kabisa kulike hii video anajiita Kajose Juice. Asante sana kwa kulike hii video ukiwa wa kwanza kabisa. Lono Elias ndio amekuwa pia wa kwanza kucomment. Asante sana. Namuona Samuel Mboro ananiambia ananitazama akiwa maeneo ya Nyeri. Karibu sana watu wa Nyeri, watu wa Moyale karibuni, watu wa Mombasa vipi, watu wa Nairobi mko salama, watu wa Coast mko aje? Rift Valley mko, asanteni sana wadau, karibuni kwa hii show. Welcome to the greatest and big conversation happening in Kenya right now on your biggest channel that is now leading, Africa 24. Subscribe to Africa 24. You stand a chance to win great prizes. Subscribing to Africa 24 inakufanyia ile kitu. Jiunge nasi kwa studio, kupitia comment, kupitia links ambazo ndakutumia ya kukujuza jinsi ya kuingia kwa show. Show tu ndio imeanza kwa sasa. Kama ndipo unajiunga nami, nijuze unatazama ukiwa wapi. Let me know where you're watching me from. I see many joining. I see many joining, many sending in their comments. Tuma comment yako, tuma like video. I'll be reading it live. I'll be reading it live. Namuona Samuel Mboro amelike hii video. Asante kwa kulike hii video. Felix Were amelike hii video. Asante sana. George Sunguti amelike hii video. Asante sana. Nani mwingine like hii video. Tuma ujumbe mbio. Wycliffe Ananda anasema I'm watching from Rongai, Nairobi. Watu wa Rongai vipi? Karibuni kwa show. Karibuni kwa show. Show ndio imeanza, show kali, show fiti, show ya Wakenya, show ambayo mmekuja kupenda, mmekuja kudhamini, show mmekuja kuwatch. Show imekuwa kubwa sababu ya wewe mwana Afrika kuifanya kuwa kubwa. Asante sana kwa wale ambao wamesubscribe to Africa 24. Mazawadi kem zinaofuata. Asante wewe ambao umesubscribe, wewe ambao umefollow hapo kwa Facebook. Asante sana. John Wafula Welding, asante sana. Welding and fabrication, karibuni sana kwa kisho wa jamaa ambao mnafanya kazi hapo kwa hiyo shop ya John Wafula. Salamikeni sana. Asante sana kwa kujoin hii show. Wadau karibuni. Karibuni. Show ya leo ni kali, show ya leo ni moto. Tutarudi nyuma kama kawa. Hii show kuna venye sometimes watu tunarudi mpaka mahali tulipo so you still have to sit down and watch because a lot is coming your way. Tunakujuza ni kwa nini wadau tulidanganywa. Kwa nini wadau walitusaliti bwana lakini show kali, show fiti, show imefanyika kwa sababu ya wewe kuwa umetune in kwa Africa 24. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Asante sana kwa kusubscribe. Asante sana kwa kufollow. Asante sana kwa kujoin. This is your show. This is your host, none other than Jake, the moderator. Karibuni sana. Rono ako ndani, asante sana. Samuel Mboro ako ndani, asante sana. Wycliffe Ananda ako ndani, karibu kwa show. Subscribe, follow, share this video. Wacha tuwe na show moja fiti. Wadau, tulikuwa hapa siku chache tu zimepita, tulikuwa hapa, we were saying haki yetu, tulikuwa tunavaa masufuria kichwani, tulikuwa tunakimbishana kukurukakara, mbio zilikuwa mbio za sakafuni, kumbe zilishia ukingoni. Wadau, baada ya kukimbishana, baada ya kuwa na maandamano kemkem, mambo murwa ambazo zilikuwa not mambo murwa, mambo fani ambazo zilikuwa zina happen hapa kwa ground. Wadau, eventually tuliunda committee. Hii committee ikaambiwa ni committee ambayo itaongozwa na Kalonzo. Tukasema Kalonzo ni jamaa mnoma sana kwa negotiation, tukasema swala ambazo tunawatumia huko ndani ni swala la bei ama gharama ya maisha. Gharama ya maisha ikaambiwa hiyo ndio inatufanya tutoke nje na tuprotest. Wadau, tulikimbishana huku nje. Wadau, ilikuwa mbio mguu ponye, tear gas watu wamekula huku nje. Sijui kama unakumbuka hizi wadau, zilikuwa ni mguu ponye wadau, ilikuwa ni mguu ponye. Ilikuwa mguu ponye, tuliponya mataya kwa barabara, tulibomoa vibanda vya watu. This is how it started wadau, this is how it all began. Tulianzia hapa. Some of our Kenyans lost their lives because tulitaka haki yetu, tulitaka sava kufunguliwa, tulitaka jamaa huyu alishika mawe kwa mkono, alikuwa tayari kurushia mawe wale ambao walikuwa wanarusha tear gas, ambao ni askari. Wadau, tulikuwa hapa, sijui kama unajicheki hapa, tulikuwa hapa. Polisi nao wakajichocha vile vile. Unaona magari ambao waliandaa ili kukabiliana nasi wakati tulijitokeza kwa maandamano. This is all that happened back then. Wadau. Mapolisi wakarusha tear gas, tukabomoa hadi barabara mpya hiyo ya the expressway, tukaibomoa kwa sababu ya gharama ya maisha. Huyu jamaa akakamatwa, akakimbishwa hoihoyo. Huyu jamaa, I hope ana watch hii video, Cheki vile jamaa alikamatwa, huyo kwa Land Cruiser. Actually huyo anapelekwa direct kwa police station. Wadau, this is how it began. Do you remember? I'll be taking you back to those days because this is your show. This is where we keep it so very real. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Namuona Felix Onyango ako ndani kabisa. Asante sana wewe ambao una subscribe, wewe ambao una like, kama jinsi ambavyo Douglas Gikenyi amefanya. Asante sana. Wycliffe, asante kwa kusubscribe. George, asante kwa kusubscribe. Samuel, asante kwa kusubscribe na oradha hata pia kwa kulike. Asante ka Jose kwa kulike hii video. Thank you very much. Karibu kwa show yako, show kali, show umekuja kupenda, show imedhaminiwa na Africa 24. Hapo unaipata ikiwa mzima unedited just for you. Nakumbuka tulikuwa na kawimbo tulikuwa tunaimba, hii ni ya baba, jeshi ya baba, Nakumbuka tukivaa sufuria kichwani. Wewe ulivaa sufuria kichwani. Wadau, tukasema tunaingia State House. Tukasema gharama ya maisha lazima ishuke, Ruto apende asipende. In fact tukasema Zakayo, tukamuita jina na tukamwambia Zakayo, raundi lazima ushuke. Lakini wadau nakwambia tulikuwa hapa kukurukakara, mguu ponye, tear gas ilitawala hewani. You remember, this is how it all began. Msafara wa Raila kuna wakati mmoja ulivamiwa bwana. Kuna wakati mmoja ulivamiwa kabisa. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu ya gharama ya maisha. That was the real thing. Of course tulitaka pia servers zifunguliwe, And that's how we ended up forming the committee. I'll be telling you what happened to the committee, and I'll be telling you if Kenyans wamesurvive ama wameponea ama wamepata chochote kwa hiyo committee report. Wadau, there is nothing to smile about this evening. Oh, there is nothing to smile about. Tear gas yote probably was just a waste. Sorry to say so. All this was for nothing. That's my opinion. I'm not supposed to have an opinion, but tonight allow me to have one. All these demonstrations really was for nothing. Did we go out kutafutia mtu kazi ya kuwa prime minister? Were these people enduring makali ya tear gas simply because we don't have a prime minister in Kenya? Ladies and gentlemen, this car has been damaged. Is it because we don't have a prime minister? These police were very busy. Is it because we lack a prime minister? Is it because the Senate doesn't have oversight fund? Are these the reasons why we took to the streets? Maybe you are here among these guys running. Was that the reason you were running? Was that the reason you braved yourself because of the tear gases and all? Ona vile police walikuwa wamejivaa. Is it because we didn't have a prime minister? Is it because Salia's office is not fully enshrined in the constitution? All this will lead to a referendum eventually if the report is anything to go by. Wadau, wadau, wadau. Karibu kwa hii show. Namwona Jalash Fencing Services wako ndani, wanasema wako ndani. Karibu sana David Bala, I see you. Silver Shines Cleaners, asante sana. Wewe ambao unajiunga nami, asante sana, asante sana. Walisema Kalonzo ni jamaa mnoma kwa negotiation. I'll be showing you what they came up with after eating our taxpayers' money. Wadau, wadau, wadau. Gharama ya maisha itapanda tu pasipo you being included. Wewe ulitoka kwa street, wewe ndio ulipiga kura, either timu yako ililose ama iliwin, lakini wewe ndio eventually utasafa. Why? Because huyu prime minister anakuja na deputy wangapi? Sawa sawa. Wadau, karibuni sana kwa show. Wacha tuanze hii show. But before I do that, allow me to read wawili watatu ambao wamelike hii video. Leo TV wamefanya ile kitu, asante sana. Festo Lawyer, I see you. Asante kwa kulike hii video. Silver Shine Cleaners, asante sana. Jalas Fencing Services, asante sana. Jamaa wangu Polo Guna amefanya ile kitu, asante sana. Douglas Kenyi amefanya ile kitu, asante sana. Aha, jamaa anajiita Kezia amefanya ile kitu. Kezia Karirwa amefanya ile kitu. Thank you for joining this show. Thank you for being part of this show. Wadau, situanze hii show. Tulifanya vituko tulifanya. Vituko wadau tulifanya. Tulichoma taya. Matiles tulichoma kwa barabara. I'm sure when we were doing this, we were not doing because we lack a prime minister. Yeah. When all these young men went to the streets or took to the streets, they didn't do this because Senate doesn't have an oversight fund or the MCA doesn't have a or whatever those funds for their, are they called wards? Yeah, uko chini. Huyu jamaa akona kuni bwana. Was that the reason alikuwa anainua kuni? Hizi magari, was this not taxpayers' money? Right now we are suffering from floods, right? Hatuoni hizi machopa, hatuoni hawa majeshi wakikuja kutuokoa. Tunazama kwa maji peke yetu tu wadau. Peke yetu. Floods zinatumeza tu mmoja peke yetu tu wadau. Where are these vehicles? Where are these, hawa jamaa wote wako wapi sai? Where are these troops of majeshi, askari, NYS? Where are they? Ama wanangoja tu tutokee maandamano wadau. Hey, najua unajivunia kuwa jeshi la baba. But zaidi ya yote, jeshi ya baba raundini kana kwamba umeachwa kwa mataa. Jeshi ya baba utakuwa jeshi bila lolote bwana. Hamna lako kwa hilo ripoti. Tia gasulikula ya bure. Right? Magari yalibomolea. Nikubalie nianze show. Ni kuanza tu. Ni mwanzo tu. Mwanzo tu. Sikiza hii wadau. Sikiza hii.
To be in disagreement over the report of the National Dialogue Committee.
Well, President William Ruto has said he agrees with the recommendations made by the committee, which listed a raft of recommendations. The opposition, through NARC Kenya party leader Martha Karua and one of the committee members, Eugene Wamalwa, says the report is not people-centered and does not reflect the cost of living agenda. As Ayub Abdikadir reports, while the head of state has given the report his stamp of approval, opposition faults are emerging.
A day after the Kimani Ichung'wah and Kalonzo Musyoka-led committee announced agreement on a majority of issues and fundamentally differing over the proposals to lower the high cost of living, the head of state gave the report a green light, imploring on Parliament to fast-track the implementation of the recommendations.
Na hiyo mapendekezo yote wametoa ni sawa. Yale mambo mengine yote wamependekeza. Sasa nyinyi wabunge muende mukalie hiyo maneno, tumalizane, sisi Wakenya wengine tuungane, sasa tushirikiane na kujenga taifa letu la Kenya.
Drumming up support for what was dubbed as a path to end Kenya's post-election cycles of violence. The president said some of the recommendations are a reflection of some of the policies being implemented by his administration.
Mahali wamesema tupunguze gharama ya serikali, ile watu wanaenda safari, ile watu wamesema ipunguzwe by 30%. Ingine wamesema ipunguzwe by 50%. Hiyo ya 50% nimefanya tayari kupunguza hiyo by 50%. Ile wanasema ipunguzwe by 30%, mimi napendekeza hata tuongeze ikuwe 50%. Ndio tupunguze zaidi.
Kuna baadhi ya mambo ambayo hatukusikizana na tukayapendekeza, rais na mzee Raila Odinga wazungumze waone kama wanaweza pata njia nyingine. Lakini la muhimu kabisa, tulikubaliana mambo ya uchaguzi wa 2022 iliisha.
Hiyo ripoti itakuja bunge na wabunge wataichangia, waipitishe ili tulete upendo na amani katika nchi yetu.
Hapo kwa upendo na amani. Hapo kwa upendo na amani wadau. Hapo ndio nataka kuwatia kwanza hapo wadau. Wadau, tulipoenda kwa mtaa, tulipoenda kwa streets, upendo na amani ndio ilikuwa imekosa probably. I agree. But tulienda kwa street for a reason. Cost of living.
Sydney Chazima atupatie taswira kamili ya ni kipi kinachojiri. Mimi naona mawe, naona polisi tayari washajihami. Sydney, kunani upande wa kwako?
Naam Frida, shukran sana. Tuko hapa katika mtaa wa Mathare ambapo kumekuwa tuna vurumai baina ya wakazi wa eneo hili na polisi, ambapo ukiweza kuangalia chini katika barabara hii unaona kwamba ni mawe mengi sana yameweza kutupwa hapa kuanzia masaa ya asubuhi hadi sasa. Na tunaona kwamba kuna vijana ambao wako kule ndani ambao wamekuwa kukabiliana na polisi tu, wanapigiwa vitoza machozi, wanaingia kule ndani, wanarudi tena na mawe. Na ukiangalia upande huu wa kushoto huku, Lui anaweza kuonesha katika kamera yake safi sana hii, ni kwamba kuna mapolisi ambao wamejizingira hapa ili waweze kujikinga kutokana na mawe ambayo yanarushwa sana na vijana hapa katika mtaa huu. Na ukirudi huko katika barabara hii utaona kwamba kuna magari machache.
Hiyo yote baada ya hizo mawe baada ya vijana kupoteza maisha yao, Prezo amesema mapendekezo yote ambayo yako kwa hiyo report, I'll be telling you what report I'm talking about just now, iko sawa. Umemsikiza huyu jamaa wa bunge, huyu kiongozi ama speaker akisema itafika bunge na itapita. Do you know what itakuwa ikipita? Number 1, kutakuwa na Senate Oversight Fund. Hiyo itapita. Kutakuwa na leader of opposition or whatever mwenye atakuwa na ofisi na 2 deputy official leaders. Hata hiyo majina ni kali tu. Hiyo itapita. Na of course anyone ambaye anaundia ofisi anakuja na budget. But do you remember something? Wakati magovernors walitisha pesa za El Nino, our deputy president alisema vizuri na akasema he's a truthful man. Akasema hakuna pesa. I love what Kimani Ichung'wah amesema ya kwamba kila kitu wali agree isipokuwa kitu ambayo inakuhusu wewe mwananchi. Kitu ambayo inakuhusu hiyo hawaku agree. In short, wali agree wawe na prime minister, correct? Hiyo wali agree. Kuwe na opposition leader, hiyo wali agree. MCAs wapewe pesa za kufanya maendeleo, hiyo wali agree, right? Na usisahau hii story yote lazima itarudi kwako wewe mwananchi, kwa sababu hiyo ina change structure of governance. Na kitu ambayo ina change structure of governance lazima irudi kwako wewe mwananchi, uivotie through a referendum. Sasa wewe uko hapo Garissa, wewe uko hapo Moyale, wewe uko hapo Mombasa, Sultan Mahmud, kuko na floods as we speak. Do you need a referendum to give someone an office? Sikiza Ichung'wah bana.
Lakini la muhimu kabisa, tulikubaliana mambo ya uchaguzi wa 2022 iliisha.
Hiyo ripoti itakuja bunge na wabunge wataichangia, waipitishe ili tulete upendo na amani katika nchi yetu. We must learn how to love each other.
Okay.
Despite the government expressing support for the report, some opposition leaders within Azimio have rejected the...
So, shida yetu ni kwa sababu hatupendani, and that's why we need to have a prime minister ndio tupendane. That's why we need to have pesa za Senate ndio tupendane. If kuna pesa kwa Senate ya ku-oversight, tutapendana wadau. Tutapendana wadau. Lakini as much as hizo stories zinaendelea, usisahau ya kwamba wewe ulipiga kura na ulimaliza kazi yako. Kazi yako iliisha. Sasa ile kazi imebaki ni kutafutia watu maofisi, kubadilisha katiba ili fulani na fulani wafaidike. Is that what you wanted from this government? Well, talk to me, talk to us hapo kwa comment section. Zaidi ya yote karibu kwa hii show. Show ndio inaanza, anza. Lakini kitu moja imeanza kunibamba. History ya Kalonzo already imeanza kudivide hadi Kenya Kwanza. Imeanza kuwa divide hadi watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Hadi watu wa Azimio wenyewe wameanza kuwa na divide.
This is Weekend Edition with James Smart.
Well, good evening everyone and welcome to the program. Our sign language interpreter for tonight is David Aguntewa. Let's start with Sudan. President William Ruto has endorsed the recommendations by the National Dialogue Committee, terming them as practical. This comes amid calls for the rejection of the report from a section of the opposition leaders who are casting doubts on the document for failing to address the pressing challenges facing Kenyans, such as the high cost of living. Azimio leader Raila Odinga says he has not read the report but is seeing much more into it. Here's Kevin Mutai with the details.
After several months of bipartisan talks, the National Dialogue Committee has released its report, receiving an endorsement from President William Ruto.
They are practical. We are going to work on those recommendations to reduce in areas they have recommended, to do whatever they have recommended in Parliament.
The report recommends slashing of travel budgets by 50% for all arms of government and a review of daily subsistence allowances for state and public officers by SRC with a view of reducing it by 30%, among other propositions. The report has, however, elicited criticism from leaders across the political divide. Azimio co-principal Martha Karua, for instance, taking to social media to express her dissatisfaction. opposition. She said, and I quote, "Any purported agreement that does not immediately impact on the cost of living, electoral justice and respect for multi-party democracy is fraud on the people and must be rejected." Saboti MP Caleb Messi also slammed NADCO, saying, and I quote, "As much as we demanded the cost of living to feature highly in the report, we never envisaged an haphazardly organized phrase to satisfy our appetite. Kenyans are officially on their own. Wait for miracles at your own peril."
Lakini, to have a different opinion is not disrespect.
Kiharu MP Danda Nyoro is also one of the leaders from the ruling coalition who are criticizing the report.
Sijaona kitu hata moja ya cost of living. Hakuna, nimesoma. So, if there is nothing about Kenyans, let us now stop wasting time.
Concerning the electoral justice, some of the recommendations include audit of the 2022 electoral process, establishment of an expanded IEBC selection panel from the current membership of 7 members to 9 members. The bipartisan team also recommended the creation of the office of the Prime Minister and that of the official opposition leader. President Ruto termed the report as practical, with opposition leader Raila Odinga seeing much more into it.
Those that belong to the executive, I will make sure that we execute without any delay. The job of the rest of us as Kenyans now is to unite and move together into the future.
They released their report. I have not read the report and I don't want to talk about it. But I'm seeing something. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing? We are entering.
Gazeti ya leo ndio hiyo nimekuwekea hapo. I'll be showing you the recommendations kwa hiyo report. Baada ya kuandamana, baada ya fujo hapa kule, baada ya sisi kuwa wakali hapa kwa mtaa, wadau, report ikatokea. Kalonzo na Ishungwa wakafanya ile kitu. Ishungwa na Kalonzo, this is what they saw iko shida ya Wakenya. This was the problem according to them. Now, kulingana na Ishungwa anasema ya kwamba it is now up to Ruto and Raila. Why? Kwa sababu wao wameshindwa kusolve story ya the cost of living. But Kenya wali agree nayo. Let me read it for you. Probably you're not seeing properly as I am, but this is what the headlines had to say. This is today's newspaper in gazeti ya leo. Inasema it's now up to you. Team tells the big two. The big two ni nani na nani? Ni Jacob mwenyewe na of course none other than Hustler himself. Wanasema ya kwamba the dialogue committee says divergent opinions sent to President Ruto and Raila with cost of living agenda still unresolved as Boma's team releases their report. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa summary ya story nzima wadau. Na kulingana na gazeti ya leo, hii ni gazeti ya leo wadau, gazeti ya leo. Number one of the things ambao wali recommend, one of the things that the parties agreed, meaning hakukuwa na objection. Number one, oversight fund. Maseneta wapewe do ya ku-oversight fund, ya ku-oversight their counties. Usisahau pia MCA huwa wana oversight counties. Na sio hivyo tu, MCA pia wanafaa wapewe Ward Development Fund. Sio hivyo tu, wadau. Unakumbuka kuna time just before elections Martha Koome alisema CDF ni unconstitutional? Sasa hii kamati iliamua kuweka hii story iingie kwa constitution. So CDF wakasema wacha tuiweke hapo. Ya kwanza kabisa, you did not even appear as number one wewe Mkenya. Wewe Mkenya ambao ulivumilia tear gas, you did not feature as number one. Number two, office of leader of opposition with 2 deputies. Hata si moja, 2 deputies. Usisahau already tuko na we have an office that we are still and trying to understand in the name of Prime Cabinet Secretary. Lucky for him, ako kwa point number 3, Prime Cabinet Secretary's office. Hiyo waliagree. Point number 4, a constitutional office to oversight party fidelity. Usisahau tunakuanga na office of political parties. Hiyo iko already. Lakini sasa tunataka tuunde ofisi ingine ya kuoversight party fidelity. Ya kwamba mzee akiamua kuhamahama kuko na party ama kuko na ofisi imeundwa ya kuoversight party fidelity. Point number 5, audit of 2022 electoral process. Not kufungua server, process tu yenyewe. Alafu tuongezee Chebukati walikuwa wachache. Kulingana na hawa, Chebukati walikuwa wachache. 7 was not good, so they need 9. Yeah, so the next team, the next Chebukati form team haitakuwa na watu 7 wadau. Watu wa 7 ndio walifanya tuende maandamano. Sasa ni watu 9. Sasa wanataka watu 9. Hiyo haitoshi. Hiyo haitoshi. Unakumbuka ile lori tulipeleka Supreme Court? Unakumbuka ile lori tuliibeba na Jalango tukamsaidia kubeba box kubwa ya evidence. You remember? Sasa tunataka tuongezee zile siku ambayo Martha Koome anakaa kusikiza kesi, badala asikize in 14 days. Wacha tumuongezee siku 7 just to make it even sweet. Tumuongezee siku 7, ziache kuwa 14, ziwe 21 wadau. Ziwe 21 days because hii ndio kwa maana tulikuwa tunakula tear gas kwa sababu aliharakisha kutuambia story za hot air. Kama angekuwa na 7 more days, hangetupea report ya hot air, angeangalia hizo boxes zote Jalango walikuwa wanabeba na maybe outcome ingekuwa different. Haitoshi. Sasa sikia mahali jokes zinaanzia. Wakasema reduce travel budget by 50% and cut subsidies allowance by 30%. Wadau, Prezo mwenyewe anadai ya kwamba hii tayari ashafanya, meaning despite saizi gharama ya maisha kuwa juu, tayari ushaanza kuenjoy hizo stories zenye wamesema hapo ya reduced travel budget by 50%. Are you feeling the effect yake kuwa reduced by 50%? I don't know. But Prezo kulingana na leo amedai hii story ashamalizia. And then ya mwisho second last, reduce road maintenance levy and anti-adulteration levy by 5 shillings and 3 shillings respectively. So hii maybe itasaidia kupunguza nini mafuta probably. And then ya mwisho kabisa hapo chini, government to finalize transfer of all devolved functions. Now, wadau wa Kenya, wakurugenzi, kulingana na gazeti ya leo, hiyo ndio mapendekezo, hiyo ndio what Kalonzo Musyoka and Kimani Ichung'wah were able to come up with. And funny enough, the president is saying kila kitu iko sawa. Kulingana na all I've read, everything is quite okay. Sasa we are asking you tonight, hawa jamaa hawajakusaliti wewe ama this is what you wanted? Did you want IEBC waongezwe from 7 to 9? Hiyo ndio kwa maana ulitoka ukapigwa tear gas. Welcome to the show. Naona wengi mnatutazama, wengi wameingia, wengi wamelike hii video, wengi wamesubscribe. Namuona Shiko Felista amelike hii video, asante sana. Namuona Marcos Koech amefanya ile kitu, thank you very much. Eston Irongo, I see you, asante sana. Joel amefanya ile kitu, asante sana. Jonas Mongare amefanya ile kitu. Sam Han amefanya ile kitu. Sylvester Koyo amefanya ile kitu. Asante sana kwa kusubscribe, kwa kulike hii video. Thank you very, very much. This is Africa Show. This is your host, none other than Jakes, the moderator. Karibuni sana wadau. Show yenyu, show kali. Show imeanza. Ndiyo tu tumeanza. Can I show you how to join me kwa studio? Can I do that? Kuingia kwa studio si ngumu. Unafanya nini? Kupitia link ambayo nakutumia hapo. Link inaingia kwa comment section. Hiyo link ukiiguza, right? Hiyo link ukiiguza inakuleta moja kwa moja hadi kwa studio. I want you to tell me, baada ya kuandamana, report nayo ndio hiyo imetokea. Do you agree with it? Raila Odinga anadai hajaisoma. lakini anasema kuna vitu hapo ndani, kuna vitu hapo ndani. Hizo vitu ambazo ziko hapo ndani wadau, is that what we wanted? Is that what we wanted? Is it not a replica of BBI? Actually, itaundwa tena. This I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, just as a spoiler, this will be prepared well. And after it has been prepared, itakuwa packaged for you. Haitakosa uko ndani vituko, vitu tamu, ili uweze kuiendorse via referendum. Na saizi uko kwa maji. Gava inadai, haina do. Haina haina do. Lakini usisahau tulikuwa mtaani, tulikuwa hapa, tulikuwa
Kai, yo polisi hapa. Kai. Kwa polisi ni wachache. Polisi ni wachache. Ya tega sawana. Wana wangekuwa wanarudisha.
Jakes the moderator. Kungamua hii swala hot, swala interesting. Ninao wengi ambao wamejiunga nami, jiunge nasi pia kwa studio ili tufanye ile kitu. Pamoja na hawa wandugu na wadada ambao wanajiunga nami. Kuingia kwa studio si ngumu. Kupitia link ambao umetumiwa hapo chini. Kimbia wadau, ingia kwa studio, wacha tufanye ile kitu. Na wajamaa ambao tayari wameingia, asanteni sana kwa kujiunga nami. Zaidi ya yote wacha nishukuru wewe ambao umesubscribe, wewe ambao umelike page yetu, wewe ambao unatufuatilia. Asanteni sana. Show yetu zinafanya vizuri sana kwa sababu yenyu wadau. Asante, tunashukuru. Zaidi ya yote zidi kusubscribe, zidi kutuma like, zidi kufuatilia vipindi zetu murwa. Show kali, show fiti, show ambayo inakukujia sasa hivi. Sinisome comment 2-3, naona good year tayari yako ndani, anasema hi Jakes, anasema I have liked the violence, the video you have shared. The best channel I like to watch while relaxed. Bado anasema hapo chini, I knew Raila, Uhuru, Ruto look after each other. Sasa wadau, wewe na mimi tunaangaliwa na nani? Baada ya kukula tear gas, baada ya kutoka mbio, baada ya wajamaa kupoteza uhai wao, who is looking after us? Ni wapi tutatajwa? Ni wapi tutaficha? Where will our names be mentioned? Where will the list of Kenyans come out? Mbona hiyo list iko na points kama 9 hivi, na kati ya hizo points 7 ni za Wakubwa. Wewe hata point yako moja iko hapo chini. Sijui kama nilikuonyesha point zako ziko hapo chini, zimeambiwa hizo zitakuwa considered baadaye. Zako zitakuwa considered baadaye. Can I show you? Usiseme bwana moderator, kwa nini unasema hivyo? If you look at this wadau, if you look at the newspaper it is interesting that what they differed on, there are only 2 things. Now these 2 things affect Mwananchi. What they differed on was 1, reduction of VAT on fuel from 16% to 8% as it were before, and scrapping of the controversial housing levy. Those 2 things hawaku agree on. Kalonzo, Ishongwa wamefanya ile kitu. Kaka Mzalendo vipi?
Poa sana Jakes.
Karibu sana kwa show na Friday. Kaka leo vipi?
Salama.
Asheni mic wadau. Habari ya leo.
Niko salama kabisa.
Aha, na mwana mpotevu karejea. Vipi ndugu yangu Mboro?
Niko salama kama kigongo. Habari yako?
Karibu sana. Natumai umerejea. Karibu sana. Hii show huwa inarejesha hata
Nashukuru.
waliopotea. Karibu sana bwana Mboro, karibu sana kwa hii show. Pia wewe ambaye unajiunga nasi, karibu sana. Karibu sana. Link inakuja hapo chini. Link ya kujiunga nasi kwa studio inakuja hapo chini. Wacha nianze na mwana mpotevu Mboro. Kulingana wewe, maoni yako ni yapi? Sasa ripoti imetoka. Mwananchi amesaulika kama kawa. Mwananchi swala lake limeambiwa litakuwa considered later. What do you think? What do you make of the report?
Yeah, kwanza niseme ya kwamba sijapata nafasi ya kusoma ile ripoti, na nikizungumzia nitakuwa naongea mambo ambayo siyafahamu vyema. Lakini haya ni mambo tumekuwa tukizungumzia hapa, na niliambia Wakenya tangu mwanzo, nyie mnaofikiria ya kwamba wanasiasa hawa wanawapigania, mnakosea sana. You are badly mistaken. As Jakes, you have said, these politicians, they are birds of the same feather who flock together. So it's unfortunate that our leaders are short-sighted. They normally think more of themselves. They don't think about the generations to come. They don't think about tomorrow. So even if I haven't taken time to read the report, I can predict what is inside there, because we already know how they act and how they do things. They focus more on themselves and what they will get as leaders. So it's unfortunate that right now we have some people lying on the grave or in the grave because of fighting what they thought was the cause of the common mwananchi. But they were fighting for people to gain more power, to gain political popularity and leadership, which to me is very unfortunate. And I don't think the leaders that we have right now, they have what it takes to take Kenya where Kenya is supposed to be going. All of them, because I don't know. I think it will reach a time whereby Kenyans will decide we will not vote for these people basing on just political popularity, but we vote people basing on their capability and the desire and the passion that they have to see Kenya grow, to see Kenya develop, and to see that the life of the common mwananchi is improved.
Okay. Maoni mazuri tunapotanguliza show. Leo tulikuwa na wewe kwa maandamano. Tulikuwa tunasema unga, tulikuwa tunasema sufuria kichwani. Hii ripoti, is it all you hoped for?
So Mr. Jakes, just a request, eh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We may be having so many people who are like me, who'd like to understand what we are talking about. Maybe briefly you can tell us what is included in the report. Then from there, people will be in a position to understand what you are saying.
I had done it as I was doing the show. Allow me to do that. I'll do it for you. Thank you very much. Now, I'll just read it from the newspaper as it is in our newspaper, the Kenya Standard, as it appeared today, the Sunday Nation, as it appeared. Now, this is the final report that Kalonzo Musyoka and team were able to come up with. From this report, we will be able to see what they recommended as their recommendation, or what they felt that if we do this, we will no longer go to Maandamano. If we do this, we will cut costs, the cost of living will tutaiteremsha. These are some of the things and the recommendations that they were able to come up with. I hope you're able to see, or let me do it like this. Now, from the list, from the proposal that they gave, one of the things that came out so strong, the number one agenda that they had, they said that Senate Oversight Fund to be introduced. We don't have a Senate Oversight Fund, so they want a Senate Oversight Fund. Number two, they want a Ward Development Fund. Yeah, this one will go to the MCAs. The MCAs will get Ward Development Fund. And you remember Martha Koome had declared CDF unconstitutional. Now they want to entrench it in the constitution. That's point number one. Point number two, they want the office of leader of opposition with 2 deputies. So if you have a dispute, or rather, take the case of the previous election, we get a leader of opposition, let's say for instance Raila Odinga, with 2 deputies, let's say for example Kalonzo and Martha Karua, right? So that is one of the problems that we are lacking right now. That's why we are struggling, because we lack a leader of opposition with 2 deputies. The other thing that they want to do so that they can be able to sort out the office of Musalia Mudavadi is to have the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. That office, they want it to be entrenched in the constitution. Point number 4, they want a constitutional office that oversights party fidelity. That is to say, wakati Jubilee watu walikuwa na hope, wakati watu walihama Azimio nini. They want an office that makes sure hakuna mtu anahamahama. Ukishachaguliwa hakuna mtu anahamahama. Usisahau bado kuko na political parties office. Hiyo tayari iko kwa constitution, but now they want another office ya ku oversight party fidelity. That is point number 4. Point number 5, wanataka an audit of the 2022 electoral process. The process, they just want an audit of it, the whole process. Probably they might, I am not sure, probably they might open the servers, probably they might look at the whole process altogether. That's point number 6. But Apple, kuko na another rider that they want to increase the number of Chebukatis from 7 to 9. Chebukati had 7, including Cherera 4, but now they want to increase it from 7 to 9. That's what they want to do. Kalonzo found it wise to add the number from 7 to 9. According to them, this will truly help in lowering and fighting the cost of living and helping Mwananchi. According to Kalonzo and team, they felt that they need to add the days where Supreme Court hears the presidential petition. They felt that Martha Koome didn't have enough time to deliver the hot air ruling. They felt that the hot air ruling was not properly handled because of the 14 days. They had a whole rally. We as Azimio, we as Kenya Kwanza, we had evidence. But our problem, the reason that's why we went for Maandamano is because our problem was Martha Koome only had 14 days to deliberate and make a ruling on the presidential petition. So we have increased it from 14 days to 21 days. According to our able leaders, Kalonzo and Ishongwa, they felt that they need to reduce the travel budget. The travel budget, officials, that include all public servants ambao wana travel, by 50% and cut the allowances zenye huwa wanapewa kienda majuu by 30%. Now, the funniest thing hapa, Prezo mwenyewe ameshadai, hii story ashamalizana na ashakata by 50% traveling allowance na traveling budget of all state officers, according to the president today. So this is a point that has already been dealt with. The other thing that they're so wise is to reduce the road maintenance levy and anti-adulteration levy by 5 and 3 respectively. That is what they felt, that enyewe tukifanya hivyo probably mafuta itashuka by 5 bob na by 3 bob. So ukipewa 5 bob ama tukitoa 5 bob kwa mafuta, gharama ya maisha itakuwa afadhali. The next thing that they were able to do, they said that government should finalize the transfer of all devolved function. Anything that is devolved, the government should finalize the transfer of all devolved function. Now, what they did not agree on, what was left for Raila and Ruto to agree was only two things. Number one, reduction of VAT on fuel from 16% to 8%. Number two, scrapping of the controversial housing levy. That was the only two things they did not agree. Those were the only things they did not agree. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the official report for you. That is what the Kalonzo and team were able to present to us as Kenyans, despite the Maandamano, despite the challenges that we went through even as a country. Despite all that, this is the very best. And that's why we're asking you tonight, do you feel betrayed? Do you feel that this reflects on you? Is this why you went out for Maandamano? Is this why people lost their lives? Is this why we had holidays? You remember the opposition leader would tell us, or rather, Raila Odinga would come out and say, tomorrow there's a holiday. And the whole country would come to a standstill. Were these the reasons why the country would come to a shutdown? Simply because we don't have these offices? That's what we are discussing tonight. Karibu sana, karibu sana. That's I was doing for you, our lovely, lovely viewers, and of course those joining us. Now, Mboro, are you able to understand now? That's the report.
Yes. I followed you, and at least now I have an idea.
Leo, even as we internalize, allow me to bring in Leo. Now, what do you make of the report?
Thank you, Jake. I think there is a lot that we can draw from the report. Though, first of all, allow me to disagree on maybe some points. You know, it's good we're reading it from the newspaper, and you've heard people talking of Gata video or whatever. I'm not saying that the information is wrong. And there are some that they missed it, you know.
I can as well display the report, the actual report. I still have it. I have the actual report.
When people are writing news, they will always pick on that thing that is selling. So most of the parts that they picked on are true. Like the first one, which was evaluating the 2022 general election. I'll give my view on that later. I don't strongly agree with it when they just use the term evaluation. Just give me 2 minutes. Then there is a IBC reconstitution selection panel to be expanded from 7 to 9. Actually, they are not expanding the commissioners. They are expanding.
It is already there in the constitution. It is already stated in the constitution that the
nation of the standard. I'm not talking. They are not talking of the commissioners. There is that selection committee. Like right now, we are supposed to be selecting people like the commissioners. And it has not been done because the Azimio part had some reservations in the selection team. So they want to expand the selection team. You heard there were some disagreements whereby we need a religious leader, we need the political parties and such like things. I know we have time, we'll expound on that later. They have also talked of some legal reforms that need to be passed less than 18 months before general election. Last year, there are some reforms that were made few months to general election that later came back to haunt the Azimio, who were the majority by the time. So they are proposing that if anything touching on the election and the electoral reforms, they need to be done 18 months before. That one I give them a take. Nobody needs even to argue on that. And on the matter of the cost of living, the recommendations that they had were like reducing the government, all the arms of the government to cut the travel expenditure by 50%, and also the review of the, how do we call it, the daily subsistence allowance for the state and public offices with the aim of reducing the cost by about 30%. The road maintenance levy on fuel, which is from, they reduce it by 5%, to be reduced by 5% and 3% respectively. I know even a shilling means a lot because people consume a lot of gallons of fuel, so it means a lot to Kenyans, and even the changes in the prices that normally range within that. Then the most important thing that I also agree with them is the equitable share to the county governments, not to be less than 20%. Recently, we are having El Nino, and one of the complaints, the governors of the county government are having they're brushing shoulders with the national government because of releasing money. And if we can be able to sort that and make it a constitutional mandate that there's a certain amount that we increase it legally, then I think that one is going to ease that kind of commotion. The World Development Fund to be established, I also have some reservations. You know, the World Development Fund is really important because the MCAs are the ones who are normally closer to the people. Actually, that is what can be able to actualize and put devolution into action. But now the question that we're going to ask, because of the nature of Kenyan politicians, we don't have leaders, we have politicians. They are so careless when it comes to public resource management. They will always mismanage it. So the question we're going to ask, when we give MCS this World Development Fund, who is going to oversight them? Of course, the citizens will be able to oversight them. And just maybe to allow time so that we proceed before we open the debate wider on the matter of why did people go for the demonstrations. I personally participated in the demonstrations, and the only people who thought and still believe that people are going for the demonstrations because the price of Onga had reached the point it reached are people who are seated on their seats and watching Maandamano on the screens. I can tell you as a matter of fact, those people who you saw in the Maandamano throwing stones, they were not there because the price of Onga was at that amount. Actually, they were eating.
So why were they there? Why were they there? Let's start from there. Why were they there?
The real people were in Maandamano. Maandamano was not because of the cost of Unga. Cost of Unga was now to marinate it, to make people who did not want to attend Maandamano get something that they can identify with. The Maandamano
So what was the reason?
political.
Give us the reason.
It was political. The Maandamano were people who felt dissatisfied with the elections that were announced. So these demonstrations that you are seeing, it was politically instigated. People who went there, they went because of the political reasons. Somebody felt that the results were not okay. So they got an opportunity. So that cost of living was now, Muzalendo will give me a better term. So it was now used to sugarcoat the Maandamano so that you, who did not believe in Maandamano, can identify yourself with the Maandamano. So the people who still believe that people went to Maandamano because of cost of living, those guys are the ones who are seated on their sofa sets at the comfort of their sofa set, using the remote to watch people in Maandamano. But
I love how you have been able to coin the whole story. I'll be coming to you with some questions, but allow me to have Mzalendo. Guy, I almost called him Tembei. Now, Mzalendo, tell me something. Do you agree with the report?
First of all, thank you, Jex, for allowing me back in the channel for this important debate. Good evening, Mburu. Good evening, Jex, and good evening, Leo. What I can say is that it's unfortunate. Let me open by just saying the political class uses the citizens in a very awkward manner. We are like the fish in an aquarium, whereby we are just fed and we have got nowhere to go. So the master feeds us with a lot of nonsense in the name of cost of living, the way Leo was saying, and we keep on eating the bait to get satisfied, but we rotate within the aquarium. So that is the citizen. The citizen is also like pieces on a chessboard, where we protect the king. The king here is Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila Odinga, and William Ruto. So if you are on William Ruto's side, you will protect the agenda of Kenya Kwanza. If you are on Raila Odinga's side, will protect his agenda, whether it is bogus, whether it is good, so long as the king is saying the small soldiers like Leo the pawn and myself will protect the king at all costs. So when do Kenyans realize that these politicians have been taking us for a ride? It is only when the king falls, and meaning that we will rise up only when these political heads are not controlling our minds. So thinking about politics it's like it's like you trying to think about committing suicide. If you think about the politicians and what they say, you need to look at it very, very deeply. Sometimes if you understand what they say, like I do, I understand what they say, I feel like we don't even have a country. I don't even feel like my voice is represented. The voice of the people of Kenya are not represented with the crop of politicians that we have. And get that right. The day we will start getting that right is when you'll understand that 8 million Kenyans did not participate in the elections. They did not participate because they don't understand our politics. And it is serious. We need a lot of civic education to understand the politics of the day. So as we ponder with the idea of the politician, we will definitely come to a conclusion that we are being played around. So it is important we understand that we are being played around by the same politician. Whether you are on Ruto's side, whether you are on Raila Odinga's side, whether you are in Kalonzo's side. Look at the recommendations today. So many offices, the government is trying to cut down on the budget because the cost of living is high up there. But look, they are increasing the same offices. The matter has been taken to Parliament, where it ought to have been debated there before. Instead, they opted to have a bogus kind of the negotiation. Ruto would have whipped his MPs and his MPs to toe the line. Raila Odinga the same. They had no reason to go to Bomas. They had no reason. And who tells you that your views were represented in Bomas? No. Your views were never represented in Bomas. The cost of living was just to marinate what we have today. Thank you.
Asante sana wewe ambaye unajiunga nasi, karibu sana kwa hii show. Tunayo show kali. Jamaa anajiita Ponti what Maximum ama ni Maximus. Leo amejiita Pontifex. Karibu sana kwa show. Jamaa anajiita Penya Gaka pia amejaja. Asante wewe ambao unatutazama, thank you for liking the video. I see me, oh my goodness, the likes zina flow. Ninamuona Shiko amefanya ile kitu, asante kwa kulike. Mr. Peter MG, asante MJ rather, umefanya ile kitu, asante kwa kulike. Jelio Eugenio nakwambia, no ni Julia Eugenia. Nakwambia majina yenu ni tamu. Ojiambo Dance, asante sana. Amos Bosire na kuona. Marcos Koech, I see you. Eston Irongo, I see you. Joel, asante sana. Na Dennis, asante sana. Namuona Efantas Mwebi amecomment, asante sana kwa comment yako, tunaiona. Wadau. Tulitoka huko nje kuparticipate. Na leo anasema haikuwa kwa sababu ya bei ya chakula. According to Leo, it was all political. Yeah? And since it was all political, the document ambayo imetoka, it's all political. Fair game. Okay. Mboro, now that I've given you time at least to digest your points, tell me, what do you think?
Yeah, I would like to say that it's very unfortunate that our people do not learn, because up to now you would have learned that these politicians, they take Kenyans for a ride, and they think that the people of Kenya are ignorant, because tomorrow when things will not work for a certain politician, if that politician, whoever may be, decides to call his supporters or her supporters to go on the streets and demonstrate and risk their lives, he will have people going on the street and saying, we are fighting for the high cost of living, we are fighting for our rights, not knowing that they are being used for the benefit or selfish gain of the politicians. So when I listen to what you talked about, or what is included in the report, I would say it is very unfortunate, because the burden of Kenyans has not been reduced. And we are going back to the constitutional review, or we are going back to having another constitutional proposal or getting amendment of the constitution. And it's gonna cost Kenyans. And now the danger is Raila Odinga wanted to be changed because there is his position there. William Ruto wanted to be changed because also there is his position there, because some people like now Musalia Mudavadi will have legitimacy in the constitution. So there is no way this constitution will not be changed when these people decide to work together. But I would like Kenyans to ask themselves, have we first of all fulfilled, or have we decided to do all the things that are in the new constitution? Because the constitution that we have, we just promulgated in 2010. We have not fully implemented the 2010 constitution. Within no time, the same people who told us katiba ni sasa, na kama sio sasa ni sasa hivi, they are the same ones who are telling us this constitution is not the right one. We should change it again. So to me, it is so unfortunate. And I ask myself, how rich is our nation? How rich is Kenya? That just the other day, we heard the Wakubwa draft, which spent billions of money to where it reached. Then after that, we started the process of the Constitution 2010. Then after that, after we adopted that constitution, now we went through what we called the BBI process, which also spent billions. And now again, these people have teamed up. And I'm telling you now, they are together. They are speaking the same voice. And they are going to force Kenyans to spend a lot of money to change the constitution. And I want Kenyans to know that our politicians, they are not our boss. We are the boss. We have employed them. It should reach a point where we should tell them enough is enough. There are things that we expect them to change, but they don't change. For instance, Kenya is a small nation of 50 million people with 47 governors, 47 senators, with hundreds of members of parliament and women representatives and the MCAs and deputy governors. On top of that, they still want to add more positions with deputies. Leader of opposition with the 2 deputies, another position for the senior cabinet secretary or whatever they call him with his deputies. Surely, Kenyans, we are being suffocated. And we should tell Kenya, we should tell our leaders, enough is enough. We know what is ailing our nation. And the problem is, almost everything that we correct in terms of taxes, it goes to the recurrent expenditure. Have they even tried to touch on that? No. So we borrow everything for development. We will never be in a position to develop our country. And the person who had a good proposal is called Ekuru Aukot. Nobody listened to him. I took time to read what he had proposed. That is exactly what Wajiko want. So Jake and Leo and my good panelist here, if we are locked in a room somewhere and we are told, can you identify the problems of Kenya? Leo, do you want to tell me the things that these people talked about are the same things we can talk about? I don't think so. Jake, if me and you, if we go in a room somewhere, we are locked and we are told, can you identify, according to you, as commoners, what is ailing the nation of Kenya? I think the proposals that we would come up with would be so much different from what these people have come up with. And if Leo can be honest, he would tell you this is not what people were fighting for.
That is not what Leo now. I'll be coming to Leo just now. Moro kaniambia hapo kidogo. I know we have a lot to discuss. Just a moment, I'll give you Leo right of reply. Allow me to appreciate those commenting up our comment section. You can participate as well by commenting and as well also by joining us kwa studio. Our studio is big, so don't be afraid. We are not full yet. We are far from being full. So link inakukujia hapo chini. Tumia hiyo link kujiunga nasi kwa studio. Kujiunga nasi kwa studio unafanya vipi? Unawasha mic, unawasha kamera kupitia hiyo link. Kwa sababu hiyo link itakutuma moja kwa moja hadi place inaitwa StreamYard. And very soon we'll be in other platforms. We are already on 8, will be on more platforms probably soon. So you don't want to miss. I'm telling you, each channel ile ya wazito, ni ile ya wazito na inafanya vitu kubwa, vitu kali. Asante sana wewe ambao una subscribe, wewe unajiunga nasi. Wadau, si tunashukuru tu sana. Zaidi ya yote, jiunge nasi kwa show. Link ndo hiyo. Tumia hiyo link, itakutuma StreamYard. Washa kamera, washa mic. Si lazima ubonge kizungu, usishtuliwe na kwa mboro or the deep voice of mzalendo. Hiyo is intimidate. Ingia kwa show, jiwakilishe vilivyo. Si lazima ubonge kizungu, sio show ya wazungu na hii si show ya serikali, neither is it a show of Azimio. Hii ni show yako wewe kuingia na kukuwa na nice time. Asante sana wewe ambaye pia una like hii video, una subscribe na una share. Namuona Shiko amefanya ile kitu, asante sana. Asante sana Shiko. Namuona Sir Charles amefanya ile kitu, thank you very much. John Dereba, I see you. Asante kwa kusubscribe na kulike hii video. Namuona Amejapita amelike hii video, asante sana. Namuona Eugene amefanya ile kitu, Jiambo amefanya ile kitu, Amos vile Marcos na Koech wamefanya ile kitu. Jamaa unajita Pontifex, habari ya leo? I love your outfit. Shida umeninyima light, so haionekani vizuri, but outfit sawa.
Bwana sifiwe.
Bwana atukuzwe.
Haya, alaikum salam hata mimi. Today I want to agree with Leo on one thing. Can you hear me, Jakes?
Yes, we can hear you. Unless you are not hearing us, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to agree with Leo. I want to agree with Leo by saying Maandamano started because of electoral justice. That's what they were claiming. They were not happy about the results. Ndio wakaanza maandamano. Alafu wakarukia hiyo mambo ya, because there was a group that was also were not happy about the cost of living. Then Raila pia kadandia hiyo cost of living, so he got some more support once he adopted that cost of living. So I agree with Leo in that for the first time in history. But one thing I wanted to say about this whole nonsense from NADCO, it won't go anywhere. It probably end up in the courts like the BBI, because this is not a people's initiative. This is a bunch of losers and misanthropes that met somewhere in Bomas to create positions for their insatiable appetite for power. Kalonzo, along with his friends, who are members of parliament, met up to draft this raft of proposal, and now they're bringing it to us to be ratified in the parliament. The reason why some of us are calling for parliament to come up with any agreement of sort, if there's any disagreements, is because the parliament is where our representative, the people's representative, meet up. So you cannot meet outside the parliament, come up with a raft of proposal, then say this is in the interest of the people, while it's not even people initiated a proposal, okay? So this will probably end up like BBI in the courts, and it will be shut down because it's unconstitutional. You cannot start it. You know, the president cannot start something and push it to the parliament, say he wants a referendum to change the constitution. Kama hiyo ya kuongeza sijui prime minister and all that nonsense, okay? So this is going nowhere. And if you listen to Raila, he was very careful in how he responded. He said, he pretended that he hasn't heard anything about that report. He hasn't read it. Obviously, Kalonzo alishampigia simu, they were keeping him late. But he wants to see, anaanza kupima weather to see how his supporters react. If you see there's a lot of backlash, he can always come back and say, you know what, I don't support that. So that's why he was like, I haven't read it, but I want to, what did he say? He said in Kijaluo, he said that mnaona pale naona, tutaingia huko, something like that. So Raila is very tricky. He's very clever. He's a very clever man. He's a con man. Con-mans are very clever. So he wants to stay on the anajifanya ati he doesn't know anything about that. So watu wakianza kukasirika, if his supporters disagree, wakikasirika, if he sees people outrage, he resigned and said that hata mimi nimesoma hiyo na sijakubaliana na, he just wants to see the weather. So yes, in my view, but I say something just to finish, Jakes. I'm always brief. I said something earlier. In order to get people to pass this thing, listen to what this idiot from the speaker, what's his name, Brother Ketim Wanyonyi, this danderhead who was caught in selling gold to Arabs. What did he say? That if in order for us to have peace and love, we should pass this. Tulisikia akisema hapo kwa kanisa. Because they know. So let me tell you, I've been saying this in my channel. Go to Kenya Revolutionary channel. I've been saying this. In order to get Kenyans to agree with this nonsense, they have to engineer or cultivate an environment where we shall be forced to accept it. And how will they do it? Just ngoja kidogo kabla ya video. They will go to Maandamano. Raila tomorrow, after he sees the outrage from his supporters, he will say tunaenda back to Maandamano, and they will create and make atrocities out of this. Watu wataanza kupigana Maandamano, people will die, then they'll say, you know what? Let us go and implement that NADCO talks recommendation. So in order for us to have peace. That's why you see huyu Wetangula anaanza kusema ati for us to love and to umoja na upendo mpaka tukue na hii ninio. They want to make us believe that we cannot have peace unless we agree to this silly position that they're creating for themselves. Anyway, thank you.
Mzee Raila Odinga wazungumze waone kama wanaweza pata njia nyingine, lakini la muhimu kabisa tulikubaliana mambo ya uchaguzi wa 2022 iliisha.
Hiyo ripoti itakuja bunge na wabunge wataichangia waipitishe ili tulete upendo na amani katika nchi yetu. We must learn how to
now I have a question. When the speaker is already biased.
Wetangula is
the
lobotomized.
Is already biased, because how can a speaker, just one moment, when the speaker is already biased, because you cannot say something has passed. It has not been tabled, number one. It has not been debated. The question has not been put, right? So how do you even jump to the final part? Itapitishwa as a speaker. How do you do that? Okay.
No,
interesting. I see my good friend all the way from the UK.
Just a minute before you welcome,
allow me to read Randall.
Before you welcome,
yes,
Randall, it is misleading to say that the speaker is balanced. The speaker is just informing the citizens what is going. He's just being truthful. He's not biased. The speaker knows very well. There is no way Ruto and Raila would use resources and waste like 2 months, then this thing fails to pass through the National Assembly. And I told people yesterday that the worst part of it, that it is going to pass through the National Assembly, that one is going to nail it. And in the National Assembly, don't be surprised. They're going to open it up. People are going to add some silly things on top of it. Then the only place that can save us.
Randall, I choose to ask you this. Okay. Parliament has close to 300 and something members of parliament. As the Speaker of the National Assembly, he represents both those who will support the document, those who will oppose it, and those who will abstain from it. He ought not to have a position, any, whether he supports it, whether he knows it will sail through, whether Raila, Ruto supports it. He is the Speaker of the National Assembly, the moderator of all the conversations that happen in Parliament, all the debates. Now, when you tell me he's not biased, I don't know. But anyway, the jury is out there. The jury is out there. Randall, how are you? How is UK? I hope you're not being flooded as we are here in Kenya.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine, thank you. Last time we had a communication issue. Tulikuwa na shida na system. I've been working it out. It's okay now.
Yeah. Now tell me, the report is out after all the demonstrations in Maandamano. Finally, Kalonzo and team have come out with a report. I don't know if you've read it or rather if you've heard about it. What do you make of it?
I'll be honest, I haven't actually looked into it. And I've been keeping up. As you do know, I have a lot of people such as we have the Pan-African, the Montembe, and also this channel here, and other diasporas that coming together in such debates. And knowing me, being a very patriotic person, I consider first of all African. Secondly, I'm Kenyan. Thirdly, I'm proud to be Black. Yes. So
I thought first one should be Kenyan, then second Africa.
No, Africa was there before
maybe
Kenya.
because of maybe because of Ruto, he doesn't want Kenya to be first. But anyway, go ahead.
So when we started this, as you do know, Jacob, we was here before the election started. In the beginning, we saw the beginning of the Premiership. Then we saw the winners of the Championship Cup, and who lifted the cup up. So now we're looking at the players being played and the game being played, and everybody has their own opinion and their views. Things are not looking good. They're not looking good as a Kenyan, as a diaspora in Africa. I do see what's going on basically to do with the last debate I had was, I believe, was with Muzalendo, who was just here. And I was on a debate with him, and we was talking about the cost of living, and that was an issue we had a problem. The uprise in petrol. And so there's a lot of negativity that was coming through after the election came through. And a lot of burden was put on to the citizens, especially when it came to taxation. So it's, they say problems, they finish off, you have 3 problems, like 1 problem, 2 problems, 3 problems, and it's okay. But for Kenya, for some reason, you're special. You just keep accumulating problems and problems and problems. And I'm like, man, when is this going to stop? So I'm getting people calling me, talking to people back home, and they're telling me, yeah, I don't know how you're going to spend your Christmas festives and your New Year, but I pray beyond all the difficulties and the trials and tribulations you're going through, nothing's forever. Change is a must. Change must come. So when we're going through problems, we must not forget it's not the end of the world. And that's what I suppose we're coming here together to talk about. What can we do? We have a situation. Let's not lamentate it over it. Let's not talk and argue about it. What opinion can someone come up with? Such as this, your Jakes, what are you doing? And that's why I'm here. If Muzalendo has something he's doing and it's going to be good for the Kenyans, I'm going to be there. If Jeff, is going to do something, and Leo is going to do something, and so is, I believe, Pontifex is also known as the rebel, revolutionary rebel. You see, I know you.
Exactly, but he
he has got many names. He's also called Japolo. Japolo is the new.
It's all this hair.
He has some
I know this guy. I know this guy.
King. Today is in darkness. I don't know why you don't want people to see your face.
He's my guy. Okay. So yeah, so I'm really nice to see you. Sorry. So we're looking at 2024. The question is, what has the government prepared for 2024? What has Kenya prepared for 2024? Those people kept on saying, give him 1 year, give him 1 year, give the new government 1 year. Okay, this 1 year is nearly done. It's nearly done. So you give them a duration time, and if Kenyans don't get what they want, what are they going to do about it? What are you going to do in 2024?
Okay.
Prefect looks like he wants to say something. That's the only thing I can say.
No, very quick, Jake. I just wanted to say this. But very quickly, Randall makes a good point when he says, what can we do about it instead of lamenting about this? But I just want to tackle this this notion that Ruto, it's been 1 year now. How long should Ruto have so we can see change? The Constitution gives them 5 years. We voted for him to have 5 years. Okay, as long as he doesn't break the law, we cannot take him out legally. Okay, failure to deliver on your campaign promises is not illegal. Okay, so we might be unhappy about his promises, his broken promises, and all that, but we cannot remove him legally. Okay, unless like I said here over and over. Let me finish. Like I said over and over, we can rally around and get our representative to have a vote of no confidence if we feel that he's not fulfilling his policies. But again, these are the very people who are sitting at Bomas, Kenya, trying to see if they can have a position in the next government through this referendum. Okay, so we have no hope. But anyway, that's a good question. We should be looking at what we can do. How long does Ruto have?
Now,
5 years.
Okay, that reminds me of today's sermon. I don't know if you watched the president in church today. I'll be playing something that was really interesting. Now, the pastor today decided to sing a song. Alipreach mpaka someone ikashika. Someone kushika kuna wimbo ilibidi ka come through. Wimbo ilipo come through, wadau. This was the advice to the people, you, me, and any other member of parliament. Manze, jaribu kupea huyu rais raha, because manze, roho yake itaumia, right? These were his words. This is what this man of God had to say. I don't know if you watched. I hope you did. But allow me to play the clip. This was today in the service.
Ndani ya mapenzi siwezi kusonga mbele, chaguliwa na chama chako. Mapenzi ya funjo haifai. Kama wanipenda jaribu kuzama, nimezama kumbara. Hakuna mapenzi ya fujo, mapenzi ya fujo haifai. Kama wanipenda zama ndani ya mapenzi siwezi, siwezi. Kama wanipenda jaribu kunipara. Kama wakati anafanya kazi akisukuka Amerika, akisukuka Ukraine na France, jaribuni kumpara. Haya. Maana tunaweza kumpea. Hakuna unga inaweza patikana at one night. Kuna process ya kupata.
That pastor needs to be shot.
No, those are the problems we have in this country. Those are the problems we have in this country. And that is why it is easy for us to have mediocre leaders or politicians in the country. And just as Mzalendo said, we just have to agree that when it comes to politics, you either decide to be a trader or an item of trade. There are only two options in politics. They are traders and they are items of trade. So we, the voters, we are items of trade. So once you feel that you are not comfortable being an item of trade, then be a trader. That is when you decide to go and contest and use others, trade with others. So that is the fact of the matter, whether we run away from it. It's been there since politics was invented in Africa.
Okay, sorry for that. I don't know.
Just a question, Jakes. What was the news in what the pastor said, or what was wrong with what the pastor said? I'm still trying to.
No, there was
contemporary.
nothing wrong. I just loved the song. You know, it's not a gospel song for starters. Number two, it was, I don't know if imemaliza kucheza yote. Maybe I can play it for
No,
you.
no, don't put it back because it's
No,
not
no,
very
no,
clear.
Jakes, no, jokes, Jakes.
So, what caught me was
Yes.
my attention rather. Is what Randall has just said, that we should give this government time. Now, in that song, this, I don't know if you watched till the end, this is what he's telling people, that tusimpe stress, wacha tumpe time amalize on his agenda, na because tulimchagua juu ya kumpenda, tujaribu kumpa raha. That was the message. Are you now okay?
So I agree. I totally agree with the pastor, because we have made our nation a nation of lamentation, a nation of people complaining rather than looking for solutions. And even where people do commendable things, we don't commend them. We don't commend our leaders. We criticize them 24/7. And there are people who have deliberately decided whether they do good or bad, I'll criticize, which is very unfortunate. So,
so kulingana na wewe rais apewe raha.
I don't see anything wrong with the sentiments of the pastor. Everybody would like to be given peace to perform. You see, from my background, there is what we call motivation. The people you have employed, you have to motivate them to have the power to do the right thing. But if every day you wake up and you start shouting at me, like now we voted for the president, and within 3 months we were saying we cannot see what he has done, and everybody and everywhere in the media we were saying he has not fulfilled. It's like we had expectation that our president is going to perform a miracle. You know, things happen not overnight. They happen through a gradual process. Mr. Mzaredo tells me that I have a lot of patience. Yes, I have learned to be patient with people, because nobody wakes up in the morning, Mr. Jakes, to plan to fail. You know, you cannot go to your job working very hard that you may fail. So the fact that things are not happening the way we expect does not mean that the government is doing everything wrong. You see, like now I checked. I like doing my research. I checked and I have seen the price of unga in Kenya has really reduced. It has gone down to almost 130 something. Nobody is talking about it. I checked on Soko. You know, I was in Kenya, I was working in the unga sector. So I really understand how this unga business goes on. So from the time unga started going down, nobody is talking about unga. But when it is high, everybody is so happy to talk about it. That tells me that many Kenyans, they are happy when the government is not doing well, which is very unfortunate. Because the government, let me finish what I'm saying.
Things are okay.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You keep giving your time.
I agree with Jeff.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
They want to see his fall. That's what people look for.
You see, as Kenyans, and this is what I want to tell Kenyans, it is good to know that the government...
You shout at the driver when he's driving on the right path, or you shout when the driver is getting away out of the road, really?
No, let me finish. You'll be given your time. This is what I want to tell my dear Kenyans, that the moment a government has been formed, that becomes your government, regardless of which political party you belong to. If that government fails, all of us fail. If our economy fails, all of us fails. So, to me, I blame those people who say, we know what should be done to fix the economy. A prudent person is supposed to go and tell the president, I think if we try to do A, B, C, D, we can succeed. But they are so, every day, they are working very hard to disturb the government and to make sure that the government fails. Those are not people who are patriotic. Those are not people who are loyal to their country. So I don't know. Me, I see it differently. that the moment, Jakes, you become a leader, I should be there to support you, whether we were differing during the campaign. If I have a brilliant idea, I should be in a position to tell you, Jakes, I think here, if you do ABCD, our nation, our country is likely to succeed. And that is where I differ with our politicians. They celebrate failure, but they don't celebrate achievement.
I'll be coming to you with questions. But I think my brother Leo seems not to agree with you. But ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing on your screen is tomorrow's newspaper, which you should be able to catch it and buy it. But as well, you should be able to watch our show in the morning, where we shall be diving deeper on the newspapers and what is making headlines, among many other topics. Now, tomorrow's heading is there being displayed that the dialogue report clashes. That this team already, what wameanza kuwa na maoni kinzani. We even saw one member of the dialogue committee, that is Eugene Wamalwa, saying he will not participate in even signing the document. Now, but William Ruto, the president, was quick to say that all the recommendations by the bipartisan team are practical and good for the country. As a tweet from Martha Karua, this is what she was saying, that any purported agreement that does not immediately impact on the cost of living, electoral justice, and respect of multi-party democracy is a fraud. Already, Martha Karua is calling the work of Kalonzo Musyoka fraudulent. Now, Leo, I don't know if you agree with Mboro that we ought to support our leaders, despite us one time being in different camps. But after the election and all, we ought to come together and support them and help them have good time in governance. Of course, he was reacting to the video that I've just played of the pastor saying that we ought to give president time to fulfill his promises. And of course, tujaribu kumpara, tusimpe stress, he might fall because of stress from Kenyans. What do you think? What are your reactions? And of course, feel free to dive into what other panelists have equally raised.
Okay, Jakes, the main reason why I know the constitution mandates a 5-year term, but that 5-year term doesn't mean that you have to wait and do things in the 5th year. There's no house that can be built. You want to build a house and you say, okay, this house, I'm going to build it in 3 years' time. So let me wait, I'll start building in the 3rd year. If you've taken a contract and you said, I'm going to build this house in 6 months, there's normally something called a short-term goals and long-term goals. So we'll start measuring your success. If it is 3 months, we know by the time you reach 1 year, there is something that you must have done. Same applies when somebody applies for a loan. We have some short-term loans and long-term loans. So if you decide to click on that short-term loan for 1 month, and you left maybe the button for 12 months, don't expect us to start asking you to repay the loan maybe at the end of 12 months, yet you took a short-term loan. After 1 month, you will need that money. So the president himself, when he was coming up with his manifesto, he had some long-term goals and some short-term goals. So there are some things he said he was going to do within 100 days. Nobody spoke before the 100 days, actually. There's some things he said they are going to do immediately. Yeah, like he was saying to weka pesa taslimu milioni 50. It's already there. We are going to do it instantly. And there's some things that we are expecting to see after a long period of time, that is 3 to 4 years. So we are only holding the president responsible of the things that he said are possible to be done within the first 100 days, and the first maybe 1 year. Things like the president promised us that within each and every year, they are going to create 1 million jobs, meaning at the end of 5 years, we are going to get 5 million jobs. So we are not asking the president for the 5 million jobs. We will ask him that one at the end of his 5th year. Right now, we are asking the president for the first 1 million jobs. The president told us about this thing. You said you worked in the unga industry. you'll agree with me, but the time that people are harvesting, whether you give them fertilizers or you don't give them fertilizer, as long as he trains people in my village, they use cow dung to grow maize. And maybe if you're having something called a gonda, gonda is a place that people lived long time ago, and because they left some droppings, that place is normally fertile. You don't need the fertilizers. During harvesting season, it is common sense that the price of unga will always reduce. So how do we measure your strength? We don't measure your strength when things are moving on right. We measure your strength when things are going hayway, when things are not right. Like currently, we are able to measure William Ruto's leadership when we are having El Nino. But when things are all right, everybody is perfect. But right now, El Nino has been able to tell us the kind of leader William Ruto is. And it has told us, despite the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta had his shortfalls, he was able to manage things like disaster. We saw it during Corona, despite the fact that Japolo is shaking the head. You want to tell me how there was scams and people? Those are individual people who stall. But there was a response. There were updates. He did not wait for 70 people to die for him to even call a single press conference, just saying, sorry, do this. He didn't have to wait for 70 people to die. So William Ruto lacks leadership.
Okay.
Can I say
Mzalendo
something
seems
short
not
before
to
bringing
be
Mzalendo?
agreeing with you. That's one moment, Pontifex. Mzalendo has been quiet for some time. Mzalendo seems not to be agreeing. I can see him really almost
Okay. Just
going
a
for your
minute before
throat.
Mzalendo comes. There's something that if I don't address, I'll forget. A good year is telling me Ruto inherited Uhuru's worst performance. I want to make it clear. Mzalendo, I beg you to agree with me and support it. When Uhuru Kenyatta was the president, William Ruto was a deputy president, and they fell in the 8th year. This man called Kipchumba Murkomen was the majority leader for 8 years. He was ousted in the last 2 years. Adan Duale, who is currently the CS defense, was majority leader in the National Assembly for 8 years uninterrupted. Justice Muturi, the current advisor, was the speaker for 10 years uninterrupted. He only changed. So these are the kind of people who are there. This Kimani Ichung'wah was in charge of budget committee. He was the chairman of the budget committee for how many years? 8 years. So do you want to tell me that this country was ruined in the last 2 years?
Oh, okay, Leo.
Interesting question. Mzalendo,
Leo,
come
I
in.
think, Leo, you have a very pregnant point there lastly, because
very loaded.
You need to be right. What you're trying to say is that you can't blame Raila for being with the Uhuru in his last terms as a president. But what I may ask you, what necessitated Murkomen being removed as the majority leader, and what necessitated the other removals? So was it politics or was it for good governance?
His question is very valid, Mzalendo. If you listen to what he has asked you, Mzalendo, just a moment. If you listen to what he has asked you, he has only told you that in the last 2 years, that's when they were removed from their positions. Now, his question is very valid. Does it mean that the problems began the last 2 years? In the first 8, was everything okay? Didn't we have deaths? Didn't we have issues? Was the president working with the deputy blind? Those are the questions he's asking.
I was jogging him back I'm jogging him back to his thoughts that when William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta took government, I remember one Raila Odinga saying that hii serikali inaendeshwa na mlevi na conductor ni nini? Na conductor ni mwizi. Ni mwizi. So I wanted to jog you back and realize that the mwizi was still the president in the last 2 years. So if you say that the problem started in the last 2 years, the problem might have been a long time ago. So Raila Odinga, did he come with a remedy for government? I don't think so. He only was enjoying taxpayers' money. What did they realize in the 2 years that they were in government or in partnership with Uhuru Kenyatta? I think by and large, as I told you, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila were just spreading their nets as politicians to capture what he didn't have. So when Uhuru captured the imagination that is a good leader from the Luo community, then he was contented with that. He wanted to break that jinx. He had good intention. I would say that Uhuru had good intention at some point. He had good intention to break the jinx and say, you know, my father did a mistake. We will need to rectify the mistakes of my father. But the bottom line of the problem of Uhuru Kenyatta is was BBI. The bottom line of the bipartisan talks that we are talking right now is BBI. The bipartisan talks, what it has given birth to is a twin, is like a twin brother to the BBI document. Only that this time it is smaller, it is more clearer that the politicians want what belongs to them, and that is the taxpayers' money and offices that they need to occupy. Kenya government collects a lot of taxes, and these taxes don't belong to me and you. These taxes belong to the politicians. That is why they are creating offices for themselves. So when you are saying that Uhuru Kenyatta's regime was perfect, I'll tell you, no, it wasn't perfect because the minority leadership then criticized the same government in equal measure that they are criticizing Ruto's government today. So bear in mind, it is all politics. It is all politics. At the end of the day, the kings always benefit. The king is Raila Odinga, the king is William Ruto, and the other king is one other than Kalonzo Musyoka. And now there are small kids on the block like Wetangula and Mudavadi. So each and every time wanatupanga na mumekubali kupangwa. So what do we do as citizens? That is why I agree with Randall. We should not be lamenting and complaining. We should wake up and realize that, you know, this is a game. This is a game, and we are the pawns in this game. We are the small soldiers in this game, protecting the king and the queen and the empire. So when we protect the empire, we protect them with what people like Kinaleo are saying, with what everybody who supports any other political divide is saying, but who is talking about the issues of the common man. The issues of the common man is only talked about when it is convenient for the politician, when it is only convenient for the politician. That is why they are guarding the BBI talk. The BBI talk is perfect. And what we are not even saying that the term limit of the presidency is already increased by the bipartisan talks. That has not come up with the Jake's talks. The term limit has been discussed, that the term limit for the president is actually, with 5 years, is not good enough to implement the projects that he wants. The term limit is now recommended to 7 years. Those are the recommendations that they all agreed to. They all agreed that whether Ruto is bad, but we should give him some more years. So what are we saying? What are we saying as Azimio? I told you Martha Karua and Kioni were on their way out. They were on their way out because, one, they were not included in the document. Secondly, the handshake happened a long time ago. The handshake happened a long time ago. Yet we are taken to this political discourse that we are having a negotiation, we are having blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it is them who benefit. At the end of the day, there is nothing for you and me. The rate of unemployment of the youth is still the same.
Okay.
Does it talk about?
Okay, interesting submissions, Mzalendo. Interesting submissions. But before I even come to Mzemboro, let me ask you this. At one point, it was said that the cost of living is a pertinent issue issue in this bipartisan whatever. Do you feel that Mwananchi was used, as Mzalendo is saying, just like a pawn, just for him to push the government so that the government agrees to form a committee, and now this committee has been formed, but the issues that now they are agreeing on are only meant to benefit the big man politician, while the Mwananchi, the common man, has been sidelined, has been forgotten. Despite him suffering right now with El Nino and other challenges, Mwananchi has been forgotten. This party, whatever, national dialogue, whatever, was it for Mwananchi really, from where you sit?
Jeff, can you allow me 1 minute, 30 seconds? Mburu tafadhali, 30 seconds. I just wanted to send Mburu. I just wanted to say, responding on Leo, he started with this whole thing with Ruto, why we are comparing you with Kenyatta. I told him the constitution gave me 5 years, okay? Now you're telling us this 100 days, you nini. It was just the other day when I think Mato was here and Jex was asking what will be Ruto's legacy. And I told them, you can't compare somebody who has been in office barely 12 months with somebody who was in office for 10 years, okay? Now, Leo, again, to answer your question about Kenyatta, Uhuru, let me make this very clear. Uhuru Kenyatta was the worst president and is the worst president in the history of humanity. I'll repeat it again. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is the worst president in the history of humanity, okay? I have bottomless contempt for that man. If you haven't forgotten, let me remind you, this man did not respect the constitution, okay? He forced his way out. He shot one of the Supreme Court justices, okay, before he imposed himself in his second term, okay? He forced Mike Sonko out of Nairobi by bringing that general to Ninio unconstitutionally, okay? He forcefully, okay, exiled Miguna out of the country because he was protesting against him, okay? He shot youth who are protesting and killed people who are protesting against his rule. Now you're coming here and telling us that Ruto was these people and they had no power. Nani was ruling with iron rule, and he will even kill you if he had to. So I get really, my blood boils when I hear people say, let's compare Ruto and Nio. Ruto had no power in Uhuru Kenyatta's government. He has absolutely no power. Remember when they kicked him out when he was in Mombasa? That was his vice president. He brought in Matiang'i, the fat-headed, useless,
Kenyan revolutionary. Listen.
So don't come here to compare us with that criminal. Uhuru should be hanged in committee.
Who
They're not allegations.
Miguna right now. You see, Miguna wasn't interested in coming back to Kenya. Miguna likes drama like you. He wanted to create.
Are we serious? Are you like serious right now? You need to take a drug test. Are you serious right now? No. Like we forgot.
I'm telling you
Leo.
So when you want to bring
Leo, you need to be drug tested.
Miguna is a content creator. You can't discuss Miguna when people are discussing serious issues.
I think that is not right. Miguna was within his constitutional right to be a Kenyan. And it is pathetic for you to understand the situation the way you're bringing
so,
it.
Anyway, let me finish. So it was Jeff's time. It was Jeff Mburu's time. It was Mburu's time. Let me finish. It was Mburu's time.
Okay, I'm giving you.
Let me finish. I'll let you speak.
If you give birth to a child, you'll have to pay 1 million for that child to be a Kenyan. So that one.
Okay.
And the case of Miguna. So who is worse?
Okay. What? Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. We can oppose, we can be unhappy about the policies and the rules, that the laws that Ruto wants to bring in Kenya right now, and we can fight those laws constitutionally. He hasn't broken the constitution. Uhuru said, I don't give a damn about the constitution. I'm the king of Kenya and I will do as I please. And the conman Raila Odinga, after he was paid with his big stomach, was sitting there, was not saying anything. Now 5 years later, he wants to stand up and tell us that it's doing. He wants to be in the news. Stop pretending.
I understand you could be angry, but
anyways, with Jeff Mburu.
Just one moment. Just one
Conman,
moment.
Raila Odinga.
I understand you could be angry, but also as well, this program is highly rated. So let's also mind the words so that we don't end up being told that we use a very vulgar language in our show. So
Calling Raila Odinga is not abusive. Calling Raila Odinga conman is not abusive. He's a conman.
Correct, but a big head is an abuse, and a big stomach as
He has
well,
a big head. Matiang'i, does he look skinny?
Correct. But
does Matiang'i have a small head?
Is relative. It depends. It depends.
Jack,
big is relative. Probably, if compared to your head, probably.
We allowed to address people.
The next thing you'll be abusing me that I'm fat.
There are people we need to respect. They are statesmen.
Leo, you're not helping. You're just pushing there. You're just pushing more. You're pushing it more worse.
Dr. Matiang'i.
Yeah. I think. Japolo.
I've listened. I've heard you. I just want to say that. Do you know? I came to Kenya with a expired passport during Uhuru's time.
Yeah.
I was actually arrested.
Mm-hmm.
I was arrested and put in jail at the airport. So I had to have all the news,
how
the
did
media
you bother,
coming after me.
How did you board a plane knowing quite well that you had an expired passport? I'm sure you would have been sorted out at the immigration office.
He was traveling home. Why do you need a passport when going home?
Thank you. Now, Jake, let me explain to you for those that know.
You don't need a passport when you're going at your home.
No, you don't.
That is misleading.
You're returning. If I was to return right now,
you don't. You don't.
Let me ask you a question.
Can you give me some space, please?
Just one moment. Just one moment,
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen. Just one moment, gentlemen. How will the immigration department, those working at the airport, how will they know you're a Kenyan? How?
Now, let me tell you this.
How? Let's imagine you have no document. Let's take what you're saying to be true, that you don't need a visa or a passport to enter Kenya. Okay. How will they know you're a Kenyan?
Let me show you the full picture. Let me show you the full picture.
It was on your age to renew your passport on time.
I was here and had my passport expired. I could go to the Kenya embassy, which I've done before, have it renewed. But I decided to Google, and I Googled information on returning back to any country with an expired passport. It says if you're returning home to your own country, because it's a sovereignty of that country, you have the right to travel. So I went through Heathrow, they didn't say nothing. They didn't even stamp it. I went to Istanbul, Turkey. I landed on Turkey and I moved from there and I ended up at Jomo Kenyatta Airport. When I got there, the guy looked at my passport, he stamped it, the old man, who I'll call my uncle, who I look as my father, who I look up to, and I'll be like, I've come home. So I feel like I'm home. I should be embraced. But instead, when he stamped me and I was just about to go away, and I said to him, by the way, that passport expired. Do you know what he did? He said, wait there. He went and called the police. Then they put me in a room and locked me in that room and they took my passport away from me. Then they pulled me back out and they asked me, how did he get here with his passport? I said, what do you mean? How did he fly here to Kenya? I said, through a plane. He says, this guy playing me now. I said, no, I'm not playing you. I'm saying it's obvious. What are you trying to say? Your passport expired. How did you come to this country? I said, this passport belongs to this country. I come here to renew it. You work in the airport, should know the immigration laws yourself. So the man took me somewhere, put me in a room. Two white ladies who were traveling to South Africa gave me the telephone number to call outside Kenya. Again, always embarrassing that my own people do deny their own. They deny their own color. They deny their own look. They even deny their own blood. Your own father, your own mother. A stranger have to help you out. It is very sad. It's not a laughing matter. It hurt me. So I had the immigration officer of Kenya herself turn up and say, how did you end up getting locked up and who are you? I said, what do you mean? I've had phone calls from people from America. I've had phone calls from people in high offices in Kenya. Even the media are calling me in the middle of the night saying that you've been locked up and they want to know why. I said, listen, I ain't got nothing to say to you except to say I'm a Kenyan and I'm proud to be here and I don't know why you're ashamed to have me.
It's an embarrassment. Give me my stuff and let me go.
I feel
The
you.
same person that called the police on me
feel you,
ended
my
up taking me outside, walking me outside, and he had the audacity to tell me to give him £1 or $1. He had the
Where is
audacity
Leo?
to ask me for money.
Bring
No
Leo
shame.
back.
No
Leo is
apology.
in the house. Leo is in the
He's
house.
hiding.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the show is
You like Leo,
becoming
don't
hot,
you?
and we
So
are
at the
here.
end of the
Sorry, my brother Randall, for that ordeal. But anyway, thank you so much for joining us. Good year, I see you. Clavens Kireta, I see you. Dunia ina mambo, who happens as well to be in the show. Karibu sana. Good to see you. Baada ya kupotea, karibu sana. Now we have 2 mwanampotevu. Now Mboro is no longer mwanampotevu. Now we have Dunia ina mambo. He officially takes the position ya mwana mpotevu. Karibu sana. Dunia ina mambo, siku nyingi kaka, karibu sana kwa show. Wewe pia ambao unatazama, karibu sana sana sana. Asante sana kwa wewe ambao una subscribe, wewe ambaye una subscribe to Afric 24. Google hapo kwa YouTube Afric 24, very simple, Afric 24, na una subscribe alafu unatuzwa na wana Africa wamekuletea vitu hot very soon utakuwa unaona vitu kali in many other platforms Stick around to see what is happening. Namuona Geoffrey Ruto amefanya ile kitu, asante sana. Namuona Chef Gasa amefanya ile kitu, thank you so much. Onyango Fwamba, asante sana. Douglas Gikenyi, asante sana. Polo Guna, asante sana. Festus Lawyer, asante sana. Kawera Kezia, asante sana. Jamaa Najita Mutai Kipkoril, asante sana. Thank you very much for liking, subscribing, and being part of this awesome conversation. With me, I'm having able gentlemen, but this is not just a male show. Even the ladies are equally invited and are equally part of this conversation. Namuona Penya Gaka Mejaja, Dunia ina mambo akondani, Randall akondani, Pontifex Maximus akondani, namuona Jeff Mburu pia na mzalendo mwenyewe wamejaja. Watu wanajichocha na issues kali. Topic tunayo ya kishua, we are discussing the bipartisan talks ambazo zimekuwa concluded. Ripoti iko nje na watu wana discuss matokeo. Nakwambia the last 1 week matokeo imekuwa ikidisappoint wa Kenya. Matokeo ya KCPE ilitudisappoint. Matokeo ya ripoti nayo ndo hii. Kenyans tumeachwa nje, walitudanganya, wametusaliti. No wonder the title, no wonder the thumbnail. Karibuni sana, wacha tumakinike kwa hii show. Okay, let me give these 2 gentlemen wenye wameingia saizi at least a minute or 2 tupe story mbili kulingana na jinsi wanaing'amua mada. Dunia ina mambo, how are you? Uko vipi?
Niko fiti kakaangu, asante sana. Habari zenu?
Karibu sana. Siku nyingi, natumai mzima.
Niko mzima, alhamdulillah, nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Labda nyinyi?
Sisi tuko salama, tushukuru sana kukuona. Ripoti yako unaiona vipi? Ripoti hii ishatokea baada ya wewe kutuambia tutoke nje tuandamane. Ripoti nayo ndo hii.
Mimi nilikwambia utoke nje muandamane.
Kusema tu. Wewe uko unasema uwezi andamana unless
Ndio kusikia maoni ya huyu mtu. Ngoja sana nisikie. Hao ndio watu walizika watu. Hebu
go ahead.
Anaogopa hata sura ionekane. Hii ndio ile ilikuwa kondele ndani. Haya, kitu iko kwa sababu unaongea juu ya report imetoka. Hii report the first time hata mambo kukaa chini kuongea ilikuwa ni wasting time. Hiyo ndio kitu tulijua ni wasting time. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu alikuwa anatoka nao mpya. Hii ni kama BBI nyingine walioenda kutengeneza pale. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu yote walikuwa wanaenda kuja nayo. Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia sasa hiyo wakuja na hiyo report, wakose kuja na report. Maisha bila iko inaendelea kupanda bado. Maisha bila iko inaendelea kupanda kwa sababu sasa hiyo report imeguza nini? Hatujui imeguza nini. Watu wameanza kusema tumerukwa, tumepangwa, ulipangwa kitambo. Na bado unaendelea kupangwa. na bado tuko na 9 years bado tunapangwa. Hakuna kitu hapo utangoja bado umeshapangwa na unapangwa na utaendelea kupangwa. So hata ukivumilia kukula kiburi yako, ukikula matusi yako, ukikula kichwa yako ngumu, ni wewe ndio unaumia. Na wale wao feel kitu, unajua wao wanakaa board wa feel kitu. Sisi tunakaa hapa Kenya ndio tunajua. So hata ikikuja na fujo nyingi kutokana na watu hapa, kujeni Kenya, rudi hata wiki moja tu. Wiki moja tu. Hata kukaa siku nyingi, hata pesa yake hizo, kuja tu wiki moja tu. Salimia nyanya yako Christmas.
Atanyoa hadi nywele.
Salimia nyanya yako Christmas alafu rudi.
Atanyoa hadi nywele.
Hata wengine wanatukana watu mdomo kubwa, kichwa kubwa, mdomo kubwa. Ajiangalie kwanza kwa kioo. Zake ni ndogo. So lazima tujue kila kitu bila iko. Wewe kuja tu Kenya tu wiki moja, tutaki mambo nyingi. Ni Christmas tu. Kuja tu Christmas. Kitu moja tu. Tuliomba Mungu, El Nino hakuna, tunaona bila mambo yanaendelea. Sisi tunaendelea kuomba. Unajua sisi nchi ya Kenya ni nchi ya watu wa Mungu. Hata president wetu pia ni mtoto wa Mungu. So kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. So hii mambo yenu inapiga kelele kwa social media uko nje. Sisi tunashukuru, pigeni kelele, supporteni, pingeni. Lakini mimi kitu nawaambia, rudieni tu wiki moja tu. Sitaki kukaa hapa wiki moja tu. Tuma hata mtoto wako, alafu mwambie akuchukulie video, aulize watu, hata wewe usikuja basi. Tuma mtoto wako au bibi yako. Wiki moja tu. Hata kama wiki ni nyingi, siku 3. Ni hayo tu.
Okay. Anaitwa Dunia Ina Mambo, na kweli dunia yake nakwambia imejaa vituko na mambo. Asante sana Dunia Ina Mambo. It's always a pleasure to have you. Na mwana penya kaka na
ulikula pilipili for breakfast.
Nyagaka, I hope umemute TV.
Habari je?
Karibu sana Nyagaka.
Asante sana. Sasa huyu kijana Dunia Ina Mambo amesema maneno mzuri sana. Na namuondanga kwa watu wengine, sikujua anazungumza namna hii. He's very educated gentleman. Lakini mambo ya airport ni ya kitambo sana. Wengi tumetravel in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. In the early 90s nilikuwa natuma watoto nyumbani na hawakuwa na makaratasi ya Kenya. Nilikuwa nataka wapate karatasi lakini wakanipatia kwa embassy, wakanipatia maneno mingi. Hivyo nikawatuma. Wakifika Germany, nilikuwa nafanya na ndege. Wakifika Germany wakakatazwa. Sasa ilibidi nipige kwa embassy ya Kenya Germany, ilivyo waache waende nyumbani. Wakifika nyumbani wanaambiwa warudi kama in a week to straighten out their papers because they had American passports. Kaambia mama yao watoa Kisii, hiyo ni kitu kingine, unakuja hapo Nairobi kutafuta. Kwa hivyo huyu mheshimiwa ambaye anatueleza ati aliambia huyu mzee passport yake ime expire, alikuwa anatafuta maneno. We are a third world country. We are not like with the European countries that we come from. There is a reason for that. Hivyo if you go and you don't have the papers, unaambia embassy wanakupatia karatasi, you travel very well. Why should you try to test any resolutions? Hata ukirudi hapa America ama any place in the European countries, you will not go there and say you are a citizen of that country and they let you in. They will have to have certain things to prove.
Please do not talk something you don't know. Thank you very much, Benina. Thank you. Do not talk about something you don't know.
I know very well. I've traveled to Kenya a lot. I know a lot.
Your issue. Don't talk about you. I didn't talk about you.
No, your issues are childish. Was about why you want to test those people.
We're mnaribu.
Why you test
please.
You come to focus on me. This is not my show. It's not my channel.
Okay, what are the other man in the What are the other man in the
I have no.
What are the moderator? What are the other man? What are the other man in the
Nyagaka, very haraka. Hapa America umejua vizuri, hata kama nikitoka saika sina passport, nikitoka Europe, nikiingia America, all I have to produce is the ID what state I'm going to. ukirudi nyumbani kama unarudi Kenya, going to your, you don't need a passport if you're entering your home country. Okay? Kama we ni Mkenya narudi Kenya, what do I need the passport for? Passport is if I'm going to another foreign country. What is my reason why I'm going there? Am I in transit or am I going there? You don't need a passport to go into your own country. That's all I want to say.
Revolution. Revolution. Nikiangalia passport yangu when
just one moment, Nyagaka. Yes, Mzalendo. Yes, Mzalendo.
I need. You know, these are sentiments with people who have got who encountered the experience. Nyagaka encountered an experience. Randall and the experiences are different depending on the fellow you find at the migration office. But what does the law say? I think the law is what should be guiding us. What does the law say about entering your country? One, you need, if you have an expired passport, you need a temporary traveling document showing that you're going back to your country, and a passport is a requirement. Listen at what the law says. That is the law. It doesn't matter whether you're a Kenyan or not. It is the law. If you are, I want you to look at the laws of the country and the laws of immigration. The laws of immigration says that you need to identify yourself at the point of entry. How many people would be saying that they are Kenyans and they come from the UK? How many? It's just common sense. You need some documents to identify that you are a Kenyan. Who would know that Randall is a Kenyan?
That's why I'm okay. Mzalendo, just
you need something to show.
You're right. Mzalendo, let me respond real quick. You're right, but I'm saying this. If I have a passport, an expired passport, and I'm at the Kenyan point of entry, sijaingia Kenya, I'm going back to Kenya, okay? That's all I have. The Kenyan government can see that this passport is an identifier. It identifies me, but it's expired. My citizenry, they can't question if I'm a citizen or not because the passport is expired, yes, but it identifies me and they can verify in the system that I'm a Kenyan. That should be good enough because I'm going back home.
It is your passport, your fingerprint, your biometrics is tied to so many things. Your criminal life, your everything. Before you leave any country, that is why you have those biometrics.
If you're going to a foreign country,
that's what he pointed out. He said to you, you show the document. So I had the documents, my name, my information, which was registered on the
Mr. Have an expired passport.
So,
that is the law.
Mzalendo, besides that, I went into the country. They wanted to confiscate my passport because they believe it was fake and I was Jamaican. Now, Kenyans have things they can come up with. If you tell me control the show, everybody's idea, I'll go crazy. If you tell me to walk around Kenya because it's normal to be naked, I'll go crazy. But if I do not know my laws, my rights, I am stupid. I'm not stupid. Thank you very much.
Just one moment, Adele. One moment, Adele. One moment. I feel Randall's issue. I truly do. I feel you. I agree with the sentiments that everyone has different challenges, and of course, it was wrong for Nyagaka to downplay it. But then again, we are discussing the issues of the bipartisan. Of course, I understand those travel documents are important. What you guys are raising are important. Maybe we need to prepare for that in our subsequent shows, because we need to know the rules of traveling, why people are being harassed at the airport, among many other challenges, right? But for now, if you all allow me, let's continue with the show so that I can as well allow Nyagaka to finish his submissions and we can move on to the next point. I don't know if that is in order. Nyagaka, go ahead.
I've gone to Kenya several times without my passport being expired, but I called the embassy and they sent me a letter. And then when I go to Nyayo house, I can change that. I never tested them like, do you know I travel this way, that way? No. But come on, you feel comfortable doing that? Go ahead and do it. Commerce of Kenya, Commander Apple, is a waste of time, a waste of everything, because we just elected the new members of parliament to do exactly that. Now, why do you form another group so that they can tell us, they can tell those people who won the elections how to raise the money, how to do this, how to do that? That was a waste of time. Na hiyo tunajua Mzee Raila Odinga is used to it from 97, kaja na Moi, na Kibaki, na Kenyatta. All these are the same game plans. Hiyo tuone ya kwamba it will not amount to anything, kwa sababu hiyo kitu ambayo Mashamba, Ruto agrees with ati wafanye office ya official opposition ni kitu ambayo he spoke the other day in London, one of the think tanks, either Oxford or Cambridge, and he said exactly that. But we thought he was playing. But those are ideas of a parliament. We are not a parliamentary democracy. We are a presidential democracy. Come on, up America. So if they are going to talk about changing the constitution, it's the same thing that Ruto disagreed with when he disagreed with the other thing that I don't know what they call it, that Ruto, Kenyatta and Odinga were doing. So we cannot agree with any of that. That's a parliamentary democracy. You are support. That's what he supported to begin with during the constitutional time. It's a parliamentary democracy. So he's trying to bring it through the back door, and we should never agree with that. Up America, say for example, the Seme Yamwisho revolutionary, you do not know who is the leader of the opposition here. But guess what? At the end of next year, when they are voting in, they will find out somebody that will either lose to Biden or win from Biden. Yangu Tuni Kusema Jex, it's always good to see. And people like due diligence wanazungumza dunia ina mambo, wanazungumza vitu ambao ni mzuri sana. I mean, let us keep this up, and I hope I don't disappoint a lot of people, but let us share our ideas with everybody. Hayo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Thank you.
Beautiful. I see many participating hapo kwa comment section. Brother Benson Media, BBM, hapo kwa YouTube. Follow that young man. He's doing wonderful hapo kwa YouTube. Brother Benson. Follow pia jamaa anajiita Dunia Ina Mambo. Wanafanya vituko hapo kwa YouTube channel. Namuona Real Talk. Real 2K Real Talk TV. Pia yeye ako ndani ya YouTube. Subscribe to their channels. Let us keep this conversation going. Not to forget the mother of all. Mama yao wote ni Afric 24. Subscribe to Afric 24. Wacha tufanye ile kitu. Asante sana kwa wale wana subscribe. Naona mnafanya mambo. I hope mazawadi zitatosha kwa sababu subscribing to Afric, just subscribing, unajikwatulia mazawadi kemkem. Subscribe. Very soon we'll be announcing our lucky winners. Asante sana. The show must go on. Okay, Mboro, you have been quiet for some time. Before I give Pontifex, Mboro, you have been quiet for some time, and you have
yes, sir. Almost forgetting how you had already asked me a question.
Right? Yeah. It was your time. We skipped you, but now go ahead.
Yeah, you had already asked me a question, which I can't even remember what was your question, because after that I have heard so many things. It seems like today I'm the only sober panelist here. I have heard how people are going to the neck of each other, and I decided to keep quiet and just listen. Having said that, I want to start with the question you asked, because I have remembered. You have asked whether all the things that were happening and what the Azimio team was saying when they were calling the Maandamano, whether those were the real issues or the reasons why they were doing whatever they were doing. And I want to say this, that it is very bad for the politicians when they know exactly what they want, but they opt to hide behind the people. And they knew very well that what they had on the table was not going to get support internationally and locally. Because if people knew the reason why we are doing all this, or we are being told and asked to go to the street, is all about handshake or about our leaders joining the government, they would have declined, or they would not have been motivated to risk their lives. So, and I told people, because we have been having this show, even then we still had the show, I remember telling the people, there is nothing like the cost of living. It is all about Raila Odinga being in the government or occupying a higher office and his people. That was bottom line. That was what we were fighting for. And I don't know why the supporters of our political leaders have not studied their kind of politics. We saw what happened in 2007. We polarized our nation. We lost properties. We lost lives. We displaced people from their homes. The people who were supporting all those shenanigans, what did they gain after that? Because that is how people learn from their past mistakes. After all we did, you know, Jakes, I even took my time to go to Uganda. I went to Tororo to visit the refugees, people who had run away from Kenya. Why? Because the politicians decided to polarize the nation. What was the reason? Because Raila Odinga has not been announced the winner. To me, that was so unfortunate. It was so unfortunate. I normally say, and I have seen the proposal which has been made there. Mzalendo has talked about the extension of the time limit of the president from 5 to 7. I would say because we haven't shown maturity, political maturity in our country, it should even be made 10 years without these 5 years elections, because we polarize our nation. We destroy our economy after every 5 years. You can imagine we work very hard. We pay taxes. We build infrastructures. We market our country as the best tourism destination. Then within a blink of an eye, fire everywhere, tires everywhere, people fighting, tear gas everywhere. You know, that is what we have made our nation to look like. So I want to tell people, it is good to learn from the past. When I saw people risking their lives, facing the police with stones, stoning the police, how dare you stone somebody who is holding an AK-47? And when you are shot, you say the government is not fair. As if the government has a control to the person who is holding the gun. I'm assuming I'm the police, and I'm holding an AK-47, and you stone me. What will I do? So some of the things that happen in Kenya, sometimes I wonder whether it is a movie. Sometimes I wonder whether people love themselves, you know, because if you really care about your life, there are things you cannot do. You cannot put yourself in line because somebody wants to occupy a higher position. Having said that, Jakes, it is very unfortunate that our institutions become good only when they rule or they act in favor of Raila Odinga and the team. Anytime they don't do that, we vilify them. We say they are not competent. Right now, I had, after the ruling of the Supreme Court, they said that we have the most incompetent court in Kenya. But during Maraga time, when Maraga ruled in favor of Raila Odinga, Raila said, at least we have one institution, which is the hope of Kenya. Why do you have that double speak? Because it should not be that all the time things must go your way. The body, the electoral body, we vilified the electoral body. We fought Chebukati and the team simply because he has not been announced the winner. It is good to be ambitious, but also it is good not to be over ambitious. It is also good to know that when you go in a competition, somebody will win and somebody will lose, and that person might be you if you are in the race. Having said that, let me come to you, Mr. Leo. You said that maybe it was a by the way, but you said that the government promised, made so many promises, and the government has not fulfilled any. I dare say, if you become the president, if you cannot be accountable to the words, then you would be the worst president. Because we have this information all over of what the government is doing. Like now you said that the government of William Ruto talked of the affordable housing and none of them has been built. Is it true? Are you privy to that information? Are you sure that there are no houses being constructed right now? We should be truthful and tell people the truth. We should always do the research
I'm sure.
so that when we
I'm
come
sure.
to the media, now you will come, Leo, you get your time, you rebut. So you tell people the truth. As we tell people, our leaders to be accountable, we should also be accountable to what we speak on the media. So I want to say this. There was a headline which I saw on that newspaper which Mr. Jakes was reading, that the crash of the bipartisan or dialogue talk because Mother Karua has differed with it. And I want to say that the fact that people have different views and opinions does not mean that the dialogue has collapsed. No, people are at liberty to have different views. And I want to believe at no time shall we ever reason together. That is why we come here. I will differ with some people. I will agree with some people. And that is the nature of human beings. At the same time, I would like Kenyans to know it is all about everything. Politics is all about interest. And sometimes it is selfish interest. Like now, I don't even want to think we should even be wasting time talking much about Mother Karua differing. And those are people who are trying just to gain relevance. Because what weight is she having? If today Raila Odinga and William Ruto says that this bill is good, it is going to pass, whether she accepts or not. So she, whatever her views in this matter has no weight because it is all about the tyranny of numbers. Mother Karua politically, she is just trying to remain relevant. She knows very well that she has lost the ground. She is politically dead. I don't know how she will revive herself. I can tell you, she is politically finished. Because even if today we are to go for an election, I don't think Raila Odinga can choose her to be the running mate. So politics is all about interest, and we will have people differing. But what I know, if Raila Odinga says the proposal that has been made by Kalonzo and Kimani are good, they will go through because it seems they agree with the president. And that is how we shall go. Somebody said that Uhuru Kenyatta was a good president. I think it was Leo. I encourage many of Azimio people to come in the show so that we can have a heated debate on some of these topics. I'm really trying not to enter into deep politics because we only have Leo here who is really disagreeing with me. But I want to say that Uhuru Kenyatta, when I analyze his politics for the first 5 years, he seemed to be sober somehow. But after the handshake, after joining with the Baba, he felt that like now he has become so powerful and he could not listen to anybody else because he knew his support and the support of Baba. And now he knew everybody in opposition and the government are the same. So he decided to rule with utmost impunity. That is why he never obeyed any court order. That is why he could not listen to any leader. He could not even, and that is how he lost his own ground because he became so arrogant. So not only that, apart from disobeying the court orders, it's like now he became the law. He was ruling like a king. Many court orders. Even where it was in black and white, he knew what he was supposed to do. He said, I can't do it. I can't swear the judges. I know they are not right. I mean, that was not his work. There were so many things that he was doing contrary to the Constitution. So when I listened to revolutionaries saying that he was the worst president, I have never seen another president chest thumping himself like Uhuru Kenyatta. And I don't know, maybe with the new proposals, maybe in future I would like to come back into politics. I don't know, but I can tell you for sure, and I am saying this knowing that Rio today is telling us how Uhuru was good, but he has never voted for Uhuru For me, I was queuing in the line at 5 to vote for Uhuru. Not only queuing, even campaigning for him, just like I did with William Ruto. So when I say that he lost track along the way, I am saying that knowing that I supported him, but I didn't like some of the things he did. You had the controller of budget saying that he was authorizing her to release the money against the procedures. The only problem I have is even the current government has not taken time to say we need an audit on how the money which was released against the procedures was utilized. So I think there is a big problem in our country, and it's the high time we start obeying the constitution, following the rules, and the government of Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga together, it was the worst government anybody can ever wish to have in Kenya. That is what I can say.
Thank you. Jeff, before anybody else talks,
Leo, you have been adversely mentioned.
Before I forget,
Leo,
just allow
you have been mentioned severally. Go ahead.
I only need 3
Leo,
minutes.
go ahead.
Number one, Jeff, the fact that I've never lied to vote for Uhuru Kenyatta doesn't mean he is a bad person. There are people who are married, but that one doesn't stop them from admiring the neighbor's wife or unmarried lady outside there. So that's a fact. Number two, I cannot say Uhuru Kenyatta was the worst. You know, worst is a superlative form of comparing adjectives. More than, unless you tell me you are comparing Uhuru Kenyatta and who. Because if I'm comparing Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, you'll find that those what you're saying is not true. I know, and I never voted for Uhuru, but I can tell you, I know there are some issues. Somebody is going to talk of arrogance. I don't know. He never obeyed some of the laws. But when you are given some leadership responsibility, it comes with power. And power is equated to authority. If you cannot exercise authority and control, then you are not worthy to be a leader. That is why people like Alonso are normally called watermelons. If you are a leader, you need to give leadership. People need to follow you. You don't need to follow people. That is why Uhuru Kenyatta showed leadership when he failed to follow the people of Mount Kenya. So let those people not follow you, but as a leader, you see those people who religiously follow Raila, you have to follow him. As long as people cannot follow you, you want to start following people, then you are not a leader. Just fail as a leader, but don't fail that you are following people. So Uhuru Kenyatta did a lot, and I can tell you, as far as development of this country is concerned, yes, there was a lot of corruption. And you've asked a good question, why Uhuru Kenyatta have not been held accountable, because we know very well he's not in good term with maybe the current president. They keep on telling you in funerals how they found an empty account, yet you know very well the government doesn't have a savings account. Money is collected daily and spent daily. They will tell you how Uhuru Kenyatta stole money and stored in foreign accounts. They will say it. And they are government with the power. They have judiciary. They have the prosecutor. But they will do nothing simply because those are stories. And if it is true, then they were also involved in stealing. That is why they cannot summon Uhuru. That is why they cannot take any legal action. Jeff, if you steal something, and I know very well you steal something and I have power, and I'm so sincere and I want to prove that you stole something, I'll bring you to account for what you did. Then I just, before I forget this issue of affordable housing, as a matter of fact, these affordable housing that people are being deducted, not even a single coin has been spent to build even a bathroom in these houses. The affordable houses that are continuing are the ones that was started during the time of Uhuru. So what Ruto is doing, actually, and that one, irrespective of which side you support, the one there, they're the ones that already started. And I'll tell you how they were building it. Somebody was saying, yes, Uhuru did not collect tax to build these houses. What happened? They entered into agreement with the private actors like the HFC, the Housing and Finance Corporation. So these people built these houses Are you together? They invested their money there, so Kenyans were going to pay for them. But this one for Ruto that you Kenyans will have to pay is when they build. It is not going to work. And I'm telling you, once the ones that were started by Uhuru will be completed, no new house will be built. You can take it to the bank. Uhuru Kenyatta
now
did some partnership with private organizations that built for us the expressway.
Listen,
Yes.
one moment, so as not to misquote some things. Number one, there are houses that have been started in Ruto's regime. I can cite for you several. One, it is in Langata, where just one moment, relax.
My friend, that
Or
house, when was it tendered? Don't say that launching something, the process of building something, a government does not just wake up one day na wanaenda kuchimba mjengo. These things are
allow me now to play clips for you now that you want us to do. If you want us to go that direction, allow me to prove my point.
I want to discuss things
Leo,
that are real. Yes.
Leo, it is only fair that you wait to be informed.
No,
so
that is
that
not
as we inform you, we can inform you. You see, don't just be talking from your mind. Talk from the point.
From your biasness.
Mzalendo telling you that Gladys Wanga built a stadium in Homa Bay, Raila Odinga Stadium in Homa Bay. Yet we know very well the stadium was built by Awiti. Wanga just came and painted and did the finishing and launched it and opened it. So let us not get into that. Let us be factual.
Fair enough.
No,
before
you know.
How long have they collected that money? How much have been collected to
one
moment.
Leo,
you're right, but you're misleading. You're misleading almost. You're doing a good.
Everyone, because of your biasness of what you believe. William Ruto, together with Jalash, if you remember what caused, and this information you should know.
Okay, where did that money come from?
Listen.
From which department did that money come from?
If you can only listen, you'll understand.
The story you want to tell me is a political. Those are rhetoric stories. Ruto with Jalash. Which Jalash is an MP? Did they continue money?
Leo, can you wait?
Because you don't want to hear, allow us continue. Because
Had they collected that housing levy by that time?
Can you allow us to talk?
Had they collected the housing levy by that time? When was the first remittance for the housing levy done? That is what I want to answer me. When they go to Langata, did they collect that money? It has not even been passed.
You're right. Leo, suppose you are right.
Leo, you're right. You're right. Leo,
you are absolutely right.
Allow us to massage your ego. You are very right.
Saying, just a minute. You are saying that you brought like Mzalendo saying that Gladys Wanga built the stadium in Homa Bay, courtesy of Raila Odinga, but the stadium was built in by one Awiti. I don't know when a building is complete and commissioned and opened. I think Gladys Wanga completed the building that was started by one Awiti. So do we give credit to Awiti or do we give credit to the person who completed the building?
Just the concept of the building.
Yeah. Who do we give credit? Who do we give credit? The person who completed the stalled project or the person who initiated the project?
Stalled. It was in the process. It wasn't stalled. It was in the process.
The project is complete. Who do we give the credit to?
The person who allocated money for the building and started building it.
The person
was that person allocating personal money?
No, wait. The person is no longer the governor for Homa Bay. Who do we give credit to?
Was it personal money or public
funds? I think there's something you're not getting.
No. Anyway, sometimes it puts you in a very awkward position to defend the wrong things. All right, try to defend the right things. I want you.
One thing I want us to agree on.
Jake,
this housing levy, they started collecting it after passing the 2013 Finance Act. The Langata houses you are telling me were done before that.
Correct.
So this housing levy has not been built with this money Ruto is telling us. This money
up to that. You are correct. You see, up to that point, you are very correct because the matter is still in court. Up to that point, you are very correct. Just one moment. the only problem that your point now becomes wrong is where you now say there is no other house that William Ruto has begun. I can tell you for a fact, not just in Nairobi, even here in Nakuru, houses that were not there before this regime came into being, they have begun. I can cite with evidence if you want me to. I can play videos. I've given you a very good example. Why Jalango had a fallout with your party ODM is because one time he said, I have gone to State House to see mahali zile stories za nyumba zimefikiwa. The other day, before even the president read the State of the Nation, he visited the site. We have clips. Before it was just a flat ground.
That day, they tendered, they drew the design. You guys, let us not reason like, come on.
So according to you, how long does it take to design a house? How long?
No.
Engineer Leo, according to you, how long does it take to design a house?
This is not a Simba that you just sit down. There is a procedure. Things need to be approved. Land need to be acquired.
How long? How long does it take?
Somebody. It is a process. It needs to be gazetted. So the president sat down one day. Akakaa chini, akatenda, akatafuta mtu, akachora, akapata shamba,
engage on that level.
No, I can't buy
I
that
refuse
idea.
to engage on that level. I refuse to do that because what you're having is a personal biasness. And that one we cannot argue here because by the end of the day, I cannot convince you. You already have an opinion on that. But let's
and you
continue
see, the bad thing, Leo, is that you have Google. You have Google in your phone. You can do research.
Those are the houses, my friend.
That is the problem.
Those are the houses in Oma Bay. Those are the houses in Oma Bay, Mr. Leo.
Yes.
Those are the houses in Oma Bay.
So when did they acquire that land and start the process?
No, that one.
This was the first thing that Uhuru. This was the first thing. If you remember correctly, this was the first thing that William Ruto did.
No, this is not Eldoret. This is not Sugoi. This is Oma Bay, where you come from. That one is called. You see that mountain up there? That one is that hill up there. That is a symbol of Oma Bay. It's called God.
No, we are not arguing. We are not talking of the place. Tell me which man is building this one. Is it money from the housing fund? That's what I want to know.
Those are people.
I know it is people. They are not animals. Tell me which money is building this house. That is what I want to know.
Leo, what is your problem? Is it the money
Can I
or
tell
the
you,
project?
Leo,
Where is your problem?
Do you listen to news? Because in this financial year, the government released $36 billion for the affordable housing construction, and it was all over the news.
The government released.
Did you get that information?
Housing or the levy we are having. No, you people are not getting. We are having what is called the housing levy that we were told is going to build for us the houses, and you're telling me the government released from which?
So your problem is where the money is coming from, or your problem is that the houses are not being built. Which is which now?
Okay. All in all,
are we in agreement that the houses are being built under this regime?
Tell you.
This was the question I was asking Leo, because I'm the one who wanted you to clarify. I wanted you to clarify to the people. You said that there is no single house that has been built under the Ruto regime. Now, I wanted you to tell us, do you have that information? Because don't talk about what you don't have, what you don't know. Tell people exactly what you know.
Okay. There is no single house that has been built by William Ruto's housing, the levy, that housing levy. There is no single house that has been built by it, built and completed, or even.
Where did you get that information from?
So what is taking place is the previous agenda, the Big Four agenda. Those are projects, the continuation of the Big Four agenda.
The money is still being collected. The money is going towards paying the loan. It's still being collected. That money is going towards repaying the loan for the affordable housing. What are you saying? I mean, don't take us to
So,
school.
Zelenda, sorry to interfere, but this is the thing we're talking about, lamentating. Leo Nyamo, you keep going in circles. Now, for me, there's two things I kind of noticed here. There's a development. Number one, that's productive. That's positive, regardless of all this. So the Kenyan pointing me this out, Jake and, Zelenda and everyone pointing this. I did not know this. 6 billion going towards that building and being started is okay. You yourself said it does not take one day to build Rome. You don't plant a seed today and harvest tomorrow. But if you see the plant is growing, then you see it's got greens, then we're in the right direction. If it's still dry land, then something you got to question, what's going on here? So they pointed out to you, a place has been built, number one. The money has been reported out as 6 billion. And where it comes from, I don't know if it's your concern or not, but yes, it's questionable if they have the answer. They have, but you cannot continue to say that Ruto has not done nothing. If you want to do your research, you do so. But they gave you the evidence.
Listen, Randall, I agree with you.
I just want to stay on that positive side. Can we carry on? We're building more houses with the money for the levy. If we're paying taxes and it looks like something is real, is happening over there in Homo Bay where you live, you should be happy at the moment. You have something happening. Okay, you're moving. So I just wanted to point that out. Can we move forward with you?
What I'm saying is this. What Ruto is doing is a continuation of a foundation that Uhuru Kenyatta did. So somebody has told us that Uhuru Kenyatta is the worst. Kenya is having a defense training that was built by Uhuru Kenyatta. Recently, when this colonial king, Charles, came, Ruto had to go and visit the museum that was built by Uhuru Kenyatta. And actually, Uhuru Kenyatta just made what is called an executive order when some Kenyans, which we don't know, but you might think you know them, tried to grab that land there. Then they built a museum there, a wonderful one. Kenyans used to spend a lot of money to import these small guns. And there are so many ministers within the government, including this guy who was fired.
How did we get here? How did we get here?
The small gun manufacturing.
We're talking about properties being built. That's what we're talking about. UN guns. I don't know a museum. I don't know where you're coming with this. I did not talk about no museum. No guns.
You are all over the place.
I don't know where we're going now. I'm lost.
You get your thoughts right. All over.
So
I'm hearing museum land, stolen land, and guns.
Let me help Leo.
If it was Piero Lumumba would have said Leo. Let me say what Piero Lumumba would have said. He would have said that Leo is suffering from lack of focus and particularity.
No. You people just hate Uhuru for no reason.
Anyway, let's proceed.
That sounds like a Lumumba.
I will start. On this one, I want to start with Leo. Let me be on Leo's team now. I have to be on Leo's team.
I love Leo. I love your brother. I love your
This show can never be one-sided. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this show is courtesy of Africa 24, and here the conversation keeps on giving. We have great gentlemen having a great conversation, and asanteni sana kwa kujiunga nami. I see my good friend Atuya Jr. is in the house. Asante sana, my friend, for commenting and also being part of the conversation. Asante sana Caleb Otieno, for being part of the panelists and many who are joining us. Asante sana. The conversation is on live here at Africa 24. Kindly subscribe and be part of this wonderful channel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing, all this has been brought about by the report by the committee, the bipartisan committee. Of course, we in the house here have many, of course, those who ascribe to Azimio, those who ascribe to UDA, and of course, those who ascribe to none of the above. But above all, we must have a conversation, and here we allow you to speak it as it is. hii show yako, show ambayo tunaifanya jinsi ilivyo eh? Leo ame raise points kali, and I agree with him to some point that ya kwamba some of these things that William Ruto anafanya sio brain child yake, they are not his ideas. These are things that were begun by none other than the former president. In any case, even when the king was around, what he showcased was projects that were rather initiated, launched, and even done by the former president. To that point, I agree with him. He's equally raising this other fact that some of the ideas that William Ruto has come up with are yet to bear fruits, or rather, we are yet to see them, including the housing levy, which the matter is still in court. It is yet to be determined and to really find out where the money goes to. But meanwhile, the projects are continuing, right? That hapo ndio tumefika, in case you're just joining us, but this conversation is interesting. Conversation kali. Now, Kenya Rebel, you wanted to agree with Leo. What did you have to say? Because I see everyone is almost going for the jugular, and Leo is almost becoming drained.
Leo is a
No, I
strong
didn't want
man,
to
and
attack him.
I commend you to be in the show. Mr. Leo is very strong because not many people who can handle all these gentlemen. This guy is tough.
Yeah, he has a very strong jugular. Yes,
No.
Bwana Kenya Rebel.
I just wanted to make it clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I
We
just
can
wanted to
hear
make
you.
it clear. When I said Uhuru Kenyatta was the worst president, I meant this guy does not respect the Constitution. He never respected the law. And that's why I jumped into Randall's case when I was saying, going back to your country does not require a passport. And somebody posted what the embassy should provide for you in that case, instead of arresting you and throwing you in jail like they did in the case of Randall. So that's why I tied it in with that. Now, Ruto, so far, most of the charges we are charging him with is failure in campaign promises. Yes, he tried that, appointing people more than, I think, 24 as per the Constitution, but the court actually corrected him. Okay? Yes, there's still cases of corruption. Yes, of that. But to the extent in which Uhuru Kenyatta was breaking the law, haijafika yo kiwango. That's why I'm saying he's the worst president. Even in Moi days, Moi will take you to court. Hata kama ulikuwa he will take you to court. Okay? Uhuru was doing something that, just like Jeff Mburu said, somebody who voted for him is saying that this guy was arrogant and didn't care. He was ruling like a king. So that's what I'm trying to say, Leo. But again, Leo ni mtu azimio damu. There's no you can't change. He will defend Azimio as mpaka death, which is fine. That's the beauty of it. It actually sparks a good debate here. So in that case, Leo, you can keep it up. And lastly, again, like somebody posted here, even if those Leo, you mentioned those things, that projects that Uhuru started. Somebody made a good point in the comment section, and I wanted to say the same thing. Whether Uhuru alizianza zikakwama, Ruto is continuing it. Both of them, they are not using their personal money, so you can't say that this is Ruto's program, whatever. These are policies, but they're using our taxpayers' money. So as long as, like Randall said, as long as ana continue na hizo ninio, there's nothing wrong with that. What's there to complain? He's doing something. It's in the process. And that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah. You see, the most unfortunate thing, especially on what is going on right now, is that, yes, now we have the report, the bipartisan report, which has come out. And all along, Baba has been quiet. And the best thing those who support Baba, they would be telling him, is that there are people who were crippled. Some of them don't have legs. Others, their lips are crushed. Others are dead. There are businesses which were vandalized by demonstrators. We would have wanted to hear Baba tell the government, yes, I misled these people to go and fight for me. And these people met all these atrocities. Businesses were collapsed, were destroyed. We want to hear these people being compensated. I don't know how real you feel, because there are people we saw even on the media who were in the hospital in critical condition out of Maandamano, out of the brutality of the police. And the person who is supposed to be advocating for those people to be compensated by the government. Because the fact that they went for Maandamano, what happened to them, I don't agree 100% that was supposed to happen to those innocent people. It is the work of Baba, because he is the one who called these people to go on the street, to go fight with the police. He is the one who was telling people that Ruto is an illegitimate president and we are going to kick him out of the state house. He is the one who initiated the song of Ruto must go, and people believed him. Out of that, they were in fire to remove the president from office. And even in the media here, I don't hear the Azimio supporters saying there are people who are suffering even now. There are women who lost their children. Nobody is talking about them. So after Baba has occupied that office, that big office, he will forget about them, just like he did in 2007. He never followed up. That is like, just like he did in 2013. He never followed up. So,
you need to
Leo,
draw some statements there. Just before
yes,
you proceed.
tell me which, and I will. If you convince me, I will gladly do that.
You're using some English words. I understand people maybe called for some demonstrations. I don't remember, unless you'll play for us, in any statement when somebody was saying that, okay, we are calling for demonstrations, people go and fight with police. People go and do this. And that is why when I started, if you listen to me, I said, only those people like you and somebody who was seated on the sofa set watching the demonstrations on the television are the ones who until today believe that people went to demonstrate because they did not have food, or that people went to demonstrate because of the price of hunger. Those people who went to demonstrate, if you meet them, the ones who are on the street,
Pontifex, and Leo. Just a minute. You're forgetting one person here. I mean, you've gone 1 hour. There's this guy called Caleb. Yeah. Can you give him time? Because you guys are veteran here in arguments. Let us get a different opinion about other things. Randall, please let somebody new tell us something different. Caleb. Karibu Afrika. Caleb, can you hear me? No, he seems not to be ready. Let's go on.
So I was saying this, I started by saying, if you meet anybody who was in the street and ask them, why are you on the street? They'll tell you, I'm on the street because I'm not satisfied with the results. And if there is a demonstration that Raila called and he led, in those demonstrations that he called and he led, nobody lost life, no shop was vandalized. But the cases whereby people are losing lives, Raila wasn't present. I know Janeko wants to respond. Raila wasn't there physically. The ones that he had, we can mention them and the venues, how it started and how it ended. The ones that turned violent, he wasn't there physically. He and any of his supporter or his close friend never told people, hey, go and fight with the police. It is the police. I don't know. I don't want to say what happened. People met maybe some brutality in different ways. I don't know the police, how they started fighting people, preventing people from demonstrating. But whenever people demonstrated and Raila was present and maybe it was organized, it turned out to be peaceful. People finished walking, and all those stories, whether they were true or not true, they excited themselves and went home and relaxed. And anybody who demonstrated I was demonstrating. I myself, I participated. I even sponsored some people demonstrate. And they will tell you they were not demonstrating because Unga was, I don't know how much. These people were eating before going for the demonstration. They were specifically demonstrating on political reasons. So what we need to look at, somebody like me, when I'm looking at this recommendation, I'm going to look at it in this manner. Have these political quest been fulfilled? And do they meet the threshold that can make us now stop demonstrating? Like if you tell us that we are creating the position of the leader of opposition, how powerful is this position? How influential is this position? How is this position going to take care of the 7 million people who felt that they won but they did not win? Because the other 7 million people can feel the power by being maybe appointed and something like that. Then if you are giving us this position of the leader of opposition, is it going to have some influence? Is it going to have some monetary value? Is it going to have some influence that I can say Pontifex supported me, then now I can be able to hold his hand and make him a general? We talk of this handshake government. It was not officially put that Raila and Uhuru are having a government, but there were some influences. We saw Magoha being appointed somewhere. We saw Ogona being appointed somewhere. And we saw some few individuals like Odoyo Widi, their contracts being renewed at the Lake Basin. So those are kind of the political things that we look at. But if you look at it in the eye of where when a supporter too, then politics too much for you. Politics too much for you. People have been dying in politics ever since politics started.
All right,
It's
Leo,
been happening even in the Bible.
Very briefly, Leo, number one, there's a video recording of Raila actually praising the young folks that were out there mooring that highway, okay, in NTV. All you have to do is find it on YouTube. Number two, I want to say
praising and telling you to mow are two different things, my friend.
That's destroying property, okay?
If I praise you for winning a match, is this
Leo?
That's a criminal offense.
Right, thank you.
Damaging your property.
Leo, you are impossible. Anyway, number two, Leo, I would like to hear your view as an Azimio strongman. What's your view on this, Ninio, in this recommendation by Ichungwa and Kalonzo? Do you like it? Do you approve it? Are you happy with it, given that you went to Maandamano?
I believe that the recommendation doesn't meet the threshold. They've really, if they've settled for that, then they've settled for something low. I would expect them to settle for something tangible. Forget about these things of cost of living. Those are kind of nonsense. Those ones were just sugarcoating to net. You know, the Maandamano was political, but there are people like Jeff who did not believe in the political part of it, who will not come out to go and fight that, oh, tulichagua Raila na amenyang'anywa.
Cost of living is nonsense.
So to bring
now?
them on board, a marketing strategy, ilibidi tuende tudandia ile cost of living so that zile tunaendea hii. That's a marketing
ilibidi muende muue watu kadhaa. Ilibidi muende watu kadhaa wakufe ili rais aseme ya kwamba hawa watu sio vizuri waendelee kufa. And that was the strategy. That was the strategy. We even had Babu Wino saying, Sikiza bwana, that is an evil strategy because you have been using the word evil. If there is something evil, is when you put your people on the line to go and die, to go and suffer, so that then you can be called on the table and be told to calm down. That is very evil. And we even had some of your leaders. We had some of the Azimio leaders saying, Dio Baba, wacha nimalize, ndio utaki nimalize. Let me finish what I'm saying. Unajua wezi nikatisha Dio nikasikia, I heard some of the leaders from your team saying, ati ndio baba awe, lazima wa Kenya kadhaa wafe. I mean, that's you can imagine that for him to become something, some people must die. And that is exactly what happened.
Explain it to you.
Unfortunate.
I'll confirm it to you. Jeff,
Leo, please, I don't want to hear people dying, and then don't talk on the channel about people dying. I don't want nobody dying, please, please.
Okay.
If you think
Jeff,
it's all right for people to die, over there it's offensive already. You're being offensive already to the people on the channel and watching. You want people to die.
All right. Listen,
think,
listen
to yourself. Listen to yourself.
I'll
Your
you.
mother, your father, your family, your next door neighbor. Don't wish death on nobody, please. And don't try and explain
I'm
it
not
to me.
wishing anybody death.
Oh, Jeff.
I know.
Thank you
as
very
a matter
much.
of fact,
Speak
Jeff
of
is a
something else,
Christian. He
but don't talk
confirmed
about
to me
killing people.
before.
Please.
We celebrate Jesus Christ for dying on the cross. Then, if somebody has given himself to die for Raila to become the president, why can't we celebrate them, really?
No, we don't. We moan. We moan for our leaders. We moan for our
Celebrate
ancestors.
in the book of Exodus.
Listen.
The killing of the firstborn Egyptians for Israelites to be saved. Why can't we celebrate?
We do not celebrate. We moan
Oh
on that
my God,
day.
Leo,
There's a difference.
You've gone bonkers. You want to say that those people who are martyrs for Raila Odinga, they died and we should celebrate them because Raila told them to go out there and they died, and that we should celebrate them. Are you trying to say that? I mean,
celebrate the Mau Mau. We celebrate the blood of Mau Mau for giving us independence. They selflessly gave their life.
No, we don't. Please stop it. Stop digging a hole for yourself. We mourn for our ancestors. We mourn for those that fight for independence. We mourn for those that fought for equal rights, of civil rights, for black rights, for all rights. Please, nobody celebrates Martin Kuma death, Kwame Nkrumah death. Nobody celebrates the death of any leader, for that matter. We mourn and we remember how hurtful it was for them to sacrifice themselves, to put themselves in danger. They went to jail. They got whipped. They got beaten. For you to talk how you celebrate their death? Please don't. Let's start another subject. Jake, Melendo, please.
I withdraw the statement. I withdraw the statement, but we need to condemn the perpetrators. We need to condemn the government. There were so many ways of preventing them from dying. It is the responsibility of the government. But when we want to, I've never heard Raila telling people to go and it happened. So we need to blame the government. Had the government or the police just stopped and looked at those people walk around, they would have gone home safely. It has happened, and it is possible. It is possible. So I don't agree totally with that recommendation. There are some things that are not quite good, though there are some things that they've scored politically.
I agree with you.
But some of the recommendations, they're really not good. It is taking us back to the BBI that we rejected.
Leo, I agree with you when I say that we've had protests that have been peaceful, where even police and security have taken part. They even cut off roads to let people walk peacefully and demonstrate. But we have thuggish also behavior that has taken place. And we must know the difference between peaceful protests. It happens all over the world. It's not Kenya alone. We had it in France. We have it here in England. We had it against the Palestinian and the Israel. The Israel. We have the Russia versus Ukraine, Kenya, Raila Odinga. Listen, but nobody needs to die, and everybody's crying. Can we stop killing? Can we stop killing each other? For those that are crying for death, please.
I think
I wanted to say this.
Maximum wants to say something.
Oh,
I think Caleb is on. He can.
All right.
I think Maximus, you can talk now.
I wanted a piece of Leo, but he ran. Oh, he's back. Leo, show your face. Anyway, Leo. Leo, you're a punching bag, But anyway, like I say, Leo, you're one of my favorite panelists, so don't feel bad. I just wanted to say this. Yes, Raila did not explicitly say that, okay, and then hapo mtupe mawe na mchape watu. He can't say that, of course. But he knows that every time there's a maandamano, there's a possibility of police clashing with his supporters. Okay? I'm not saying he's responsible for, those people who are throwing stones or whatever, but this is something that happens. And every time he calls for a maandamano, this happens. Okay? So what I was saying is this, like Jeff Mburu said, and I've been saying in this channel before, that in these talks, okay, the least mlisema ati mnataka cost of living to go down. And that the number one thing of the agenda should be, how can we compensate the families of those who lost their lives in this maandamano, okay? The people who businesses were destroyed, because some people, they tried to open Duke and it was vandalized and all that. Why can't we do that? Especially these are your supporters. Why can't you do that for them at least? Umesema vizuri ati some of them sacrificed their lives, to put themselves out there to be shot or whatever. Why can't they be compensated? If I was Raila Odinga, I would say, hey, listen, my supporters were killed. Can they get some compensation for that? He never called for that. Okay, so as far as to me personally, from what I've heard on this report, I reject it wholeheartedly. Everything. I don't care about it. This thing is all illegal. It should have not been. We should not even have this discussion. Like I say, if there's any discussion that was supposed to be held, it could have been done at the parliament. That's the legal body, legal arm of government that should be taking care of this thing. That's why I'm saying this thing will probably end up in the courts if the legislative body passes it, and it will be dropped again because it is not a people initiated recommendation. This came from two party leaders or whatever the case is. So it's not, it doesn't meet the threshold to become a referendum, to be brought for a referendum. So we can change the constitution. And that's my take on that.
Well, the show has been very hot. Leo, I think you've been put in a furnace. Today, I really sympathize with you, particularly because the issues you tried to raise in the beginning or to differ with the development. Development is development, just as Randall put it. So let us not politicize a lot of things. Sometimes we get up into this web of politicizing everything that we see politicians doing, especially if you are on the other side of the aisle. You look at the issue of housing. This is a good thing in developed world. This is something that they deal with on a daily basis. They want to see affordable housing in each and every citizen. If you go to the UK, the citizen, if you are born a citizen at the age of 16, you only pay about £12 in housing. So the government has got the responsibility to give you affordable housing. So we are getting there. And, we might not agree with it in the beginning, but this is a step in the right direction. This is a step in the right direction. Future leaders will polish it. Future leaders, me and you and Randall will polish it, but it is a step in the right direction. Affordable housing is a must. It's a must. No matter if we are subjected to pay for it, we will pay for it. I remember the houses that you see in Bahati or the houses that you see in California, in Nairobi. The California housing units were started by one Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya left a legacy. That legacy still stands today. That was affordable housing started by Tom Mboya. And did the people benefit? Yes, the people benefited. Now look at the housing in Umoja and in Buruburu. Those were housing started by the government. They were for civil servants. They were paying peanuts, but of course they were doubting Thomases like you and me who didn't want to, their 200 shillings to be cut from their salaries in the 70s because it was too much. but they were being begged. Can you imagine a house in Buruburu was going for 80 shillings, 80 Kenyan shillings, and your father and my father refused to buy those houses or to refuse those deductions because it was voluntary. But the government then were really begging them that you get these houses. But you know what they said? Nairobi is a place of work. We live in the village. We cannot buy those houses. We live in the village. This is only a place where we came to work. So we are not going to buy those houses. Today, the same father, there was the same grandfather who refused to buy a house in Umoja is renting one from maybe the Kikuyu community. Wale walijanjaruka mapema wakanunua hizo nyumba. You are now being subjected to rent. So sometimes it is ignorance, and we need to really work so hard and make sure that we are not that ignorant and jump into each and every project that the government is trying to implement. This issue of housing has been really, really politicized. But in the end, I am advising you, don't listen to the politicians. There's no house that comes as cheap as 2,000 Kenyan shillings. Yeah, as cheap as 2,000 Kenyan shillings. At the end of the day, you will be the beneficiary. And if you have not enrolled in the program of getting affordable housing, then it's high time you go for it. So those are some of the things that we need to be telling our people. Yeah, because sometimes young people come here, they don't know the history of housing in our country. They don't know how Buruburu housing scheme came by. They don't know how Umoja housing came by. Maybe Pen Nyangaka would tell you how his father or himself refused to, as a civil servant, refused that his money be deducted to acquire a house in Buruburu because he knew that his rural home is the only place that he can reside in. Our fathers refused, but today we the sons are coming to rent the same houses that our father had refused to buy for 80 Kenyan shillings or 200. Umoja, Jericho, and Buruburu, and Bahati Estate, and California. California was started by Tom Mboga, and today it's a legacy. So whatever Ruto is doing is for prosperity, for the young generation later on to say that there were leaders who had thought of affordable housing then. So for us, young people who are coming up, we are just going to polish the government scheme. Where they went wrong, we try and rectify where they went wrong. But saying that housing is not a need, that is just being ignorant and being selfish. Ben, do you have something to say? Before Ben comes in, Caleb, are you able to talk now? Caleb Otieno. No, I think you're still having issues with your mic. I told you to log out and come back with a different mic. Ben, can you say something?
Yes, Mzalendo. Habari ya jioni. Hello, unaisikia? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ben. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. Yeah, your housing, it's not even a debate. All those Asian countries that we admire went through the same situation, went through the taxation and improved on it. And some of us were very proud when we saw President Ruto going to a building site. I think it was in Umoja, somewhere in Nairobi. And he was asking the people, how much men do you need to be an electrician and this and that. And that was great. So, Mzalendo, there is no debate there. It is nothing. Some of us grew up here in America, but my uncles bought the houses in Buruburu and all that. And it was housing schemes. You know, Mr. Tomboya came, and Tomboya is the one who really built the KCC. Na Minister alikuwa Kibaki. So there are developments that we have copied from somewhere else that have really helped our country to be where we are. So that debate kama hii ni mzuri sana, na vile nilikuwa nimeandika kitambo, I saw somewhere where they are spending 1 billion Kenya shillings to educate people on diabetes. Na hiyo ni video, kama huyu Jake angekuwa hapo, ni videos ambao, you know, they are teaching them in high-end colleges, Harvard, you know, you name it. And they are showing how they can reverse issues like diabetes. Wakati mzungu alikuja kwetu, alikuwa anakula saa saba, nini. Now when we started copying the same thing, unaenda huko nyumbani unapata watu wanatoka kazi, wanaenda kunywa pombe, wanatoka kazi, wanaenda kunywa, you know, chai yao na mandazi. And those are the causes of the diseases that we have inherited so far. So that I was going to challenge Jakes, kwa sababu hiyo technology nyinyi ndio mnajua, tungewapatia hiyo videos namna gani, alafu people would be taught the proper way of chasing away diseases like your diabetes and all that stuff. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, lakini I mean the present government inafanya hile yote ambayo tulikuwa tunataka. Hiyo mazungumzo ya Bomas is just useless, because vile revolutionary alikuwa amesema kitambo, we have just elected a parliament which is legally supposed to iron out all those differences. Na hii ingine ni ya nini? These are the vile tumesema at the cost of showing our age. These are the differences. These are the issues that the leader of the opposition has done every time he lost the election. Now, the last one, the last victim was Uhuru Kenyatta, who went and entertained him, but he paid him with that money that they set away from, you know, some of us have ideas that they don't think got some of that money, so he kept quiet from arguing with Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta, what the ODM yote walikuwa wanamchukia when he was not talking with Raila Odinga. But when he talked to Raila Odinga, it was the best thing ever since the sliced bread. So, mzalendo, tuendelee tu kuzungumza na kuambiana ukweli na everything will be all right. Asante sana mzalendo.
Thank you, Sana Ben. You know, we love your wisdom as an elder in this channel. You keep us, you know, keep informing us of what we need to do, and your wisdom you've handed over so many years. You know too much, because for us, we will be talking about what we know, but for the young people who come into this channel, probably they are at 30. They have not learned so much about the history of our country and where we are going. But above all, there is something called exposure. Exposure helps you a lot. If you are talking from a point of ignorance, then there is something called exposure. Exposure really helps you to understand where the world is moving to, where technology is moving, where industrialization is important to us. So for us who live abroad, there is some experiences that we have. Randall will tell you, I don't know where he is residing in, but he will tell you about the effectiveness of government overseas. Those are some of the shockers we get when we come to Europe, or we travel to America. We see how these people are doing their thing. And above all, don't be cheated that we have got a constitution that was adopted by us. Some of these things are just borrowed. They borrowed from the American, largely borrowed from American constitution. Like the Kenyan constitution was heavily borrowed. There is nothing that was original apart from a few wordings that they changed here and there. But it was heavily borrowed. But it is high time. It is high time. And this is probably a debate for another day, that the constitution of Kenya needs to be revised. We need to change a few things. And that is why they're teething, they're having these bipartisan talks, because they realize the political class realize that it doesn't work for them. But we citizens, who is representing us, that is why we have this kind of shows, so that we kind of educate each other and try to represent our views. There are politicians out there who will listen to this show. Randall, where you come from, how is the housing? Please tell us how is the housing scheme coming from, and tell us where you are.
Mzalendo vile umesema, experience and exposure. Experience and exposure are very, 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 very important. Na hiyo ukienda through that, you learn something. Personally, I've traveled all over the world as airline staff. Lakini kulikuwa wakati mmoja nilikuwa nataka kwenda Kenya. Kufika London, wakasema hiyo ndege inaenda Nairobi iko full. Landing something anyway. Nikaenda Uganda. I mean, ya Uganda walikuwa wamesoma karatasi wanasema ukiwa Mkenya lazima uwe na hii na hii na hii alafu uende Uganda. And would like there was a Ugandan working for that and they said no, there is no Kenyan.
Hey, Randall, what is your take on this particular issue?
Yes, Mzalendo. I don't like to interrupt when other people are talking. If I do, it means maybe I've been offended by something they're saying, or I wish them to.
No, it is okay.
Because I think some people, I won't take them wrong, but I just say maybe it's sometimes we use words in certain ways, but we don't understand. Especially English is not our language, especially Black people, African in general. That's what a Nigerian said to me. I said to him, he said, you're envious of me. And I said, why are you envious? Do you know envious is a bad thing? To be envious of someone. To be inspired or to look up to someone is understandable, or to be happy for someone. But to be envious, envy is like you're jealous. And he said to me, forgive me, my brother. I did not mean that. You know, this is not my first language. I said, I know. But next time, when you say things, well, someone was saying something about death, and it's between death and mourning, death, celebration. So that kind of got me off a bit. Here in the UK, there's people that are homeless, and there's people that are poor. There's people that can't afford housing. There's people that can't even not afford food. And the system itself is built in a way that is constructed that it constructs itself in a way to eradicate those things. So Europe works towards, making poverty disappear, which is interesting for me. So, but I've worked in those fields in terms of charity, which I know there's people that do that, which I really appreciate, like Brother Benson, if he's watching the show, because I know he's one mostly on this platform. You do know Brother Benson, don't you?
And
I can't hear you.
I know Ben. I know him.
Yes.
I know him. Yeah. Ben in New York. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's doing some projects. Yeah, he's doing some projects. So I really inspired by those people, and those things even happen here as well. So they got places like, if you don't have food in your house, you don't have a job, you have no money or form of income, they have a place called Food Bank, a bank where they have not money but food. You just walk in there and you say you don't have money, and you're not getting any money, they can give you food. They give you like tin food, food in bags, food you can mix up. They give you whatever you need, like powder milk or tea bags, the simple things like water, sugar, milk, bread, rice, beans. So you can make something for like that week. And these banks, people contribute their food. So if I have food in my cupboard, instead of throwing it away, I put it in a bag and I go give it to the food bank. Then someone who has no food will come to that place, but he has to have documents from the government saying this man needs help or this woman needs help. So there's people that give stuff they don't use. If you have too many bananas on your field, give it the poor. If you have too many plantain, if you have too many potatoes, you sowed some are going to go bad, some you throw away, some you give. I think in the village they do that when you have too much matoke, you know? So over here they kind of give that. They give vouchers, food vouchers, yeah, food banks in UK, then McDonald's. Okay. So okay, so on a serious point. So yeah, so even in America, there's more food bank in UK.
Up a bit.
Okay, good, yeah.
Oh, good, yeah. You decided to make that a joke, but
No, but I do see you take the two. Yeah, but besides all the negativities, I know we do have a laugh here and there, but you know, starvation I don't think is a laughing matter. I think like the basics thing is like food, which is number one, water, which I think in Swahili say maji ni moyo. You know, water is life.
Imagine uhai.
Uhai is life. Yeah.
Imagine
So,
uhai.
and we say water is life. So without water, everything dies. Everything, fish, sea, everything, plantation, everything dies. So water is important. Then what comes with water is food. Second thing is important. Then shelter. Three basic things in all government officials and people should do is have these on the front line. Make sure people have eaten, people have got water, and people have somewhere to shelter. Be a shack, be a small room, it doesn't matter. But tomorrow you can wake up, full belly, quench your thirst, and go out there and try and make a better world for yourself and your surrounding. So as you said earlier about Tom Boyer, I read Tom Boyer biography. It's unfortunate I don't have it. I love that book. I got in Kenya and I read it. And you said something. I read where he talked about when he moved to Nairobi, when he used to go to university, and he rented this little room. This is a poor guy, you know. And it's interesting. This guy is, to me, he's a big hero to me. But his story is so amazing to me. So when he's saying this, that he rented a room and he went somewhere, then he came back, then his whole house was robbed. There was nothing in that room. Then he talked about his first job, which was he was a hygiene officer. And he had to go to people's houses to do something to do with their hygienes. And some of the Wazungu didn't like it. He was the first black man to do these kind of jobs. So it was very inspiring. So for him to build that kind of place, I didn't even know what you just mentioned today. What was it again? Sorry?
Tom Boyer, California.
California,
yes. Estate. You know California Estate? Yeah.
No, I didn't
know. Yeah. So those are some of you know, it's good to know who Tom Boyer was, and I appreciate that you read some of his history. These are some of the people who really inspire me in person. Tom Boyer, just apart from building the first housing scheme for Kenyans, that is California Estate in Nairobi, it still stands today. That one he did when he was a minister in government. Now, when he also, before becoming, when he was in government, he used to airlift people to the US. Without Tom Boyer, we would not have Barack Obama as the president, because Tom Boyer lifted the father, Hussein, to the US to study in the US. Then they got married to a white, and there, you know, Barack Obama was born in Hawaii. So some of these are sensational stories that are never talked about. This is our true African hero. These are some of the people who really inspire me, and so many other scholars that Tom Boyer managed to bring to Europe for further studies. So it's not celebrated a lot, but we need to dedicate our time one of these fine days and celebrate Tom Mboya as one of the heroes of the Republic of Kenya. Unfortunately, is one of the best presidents Kenya never got to have. If he had been president, we would have been way, way ahead of so many countries.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, I hear you.
Mhm.
I mean, these are the things we need to learn from. We need to learn from the past. And again, for me, for the death of Tom Mboya is not a celebration, is a mourning because we lost somebody. As you just said, we just lost somebody. So that is something you'll be sad about. You know, we might play things up like in terms of in remembrance. We might show we're not celebrating his death. We're just showing remembrance of this person and his greatness, and we mourn over the person. So there's a different people understanding. Why do you celebrate Kwame Nkrumah? Why do you celebrate Tom Mboya? He died. No, we mourn. We mourn when we think about these people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we know they were worth this planet, but the planet thought otherwise, or the universe maybe preferred the person more to us. So they took the person away from us. So I see it that way. But these are things that I take interest in.
What I like, Randall, what you brought up is the life in the UK. And sometimes it is important that we share our experience. You share your experiences with compared to what is in Kenya. I don't know how long you lived in Kenya, but I believe you have got some roots in Kenya, and you see a lot of politics and a lot of bad governance happening in our country. When you stay abroad, when you live abroad, it comes with a cautious, with a cautious that this is what these other people do that we are not doing. Coping is not bad. Coping is not bad.
Yeah, Muslim, not to be rude, saying that, but I don't think it's because of being in the West, because I'm inspired by people who are in Africa. Julius Malema, that guy is on fire for me, and he's in Africa.
No way.
He was raised in Europe.
We'll differ with that. I mean,
Julius Malema, I listen to that guy every time. Pierre Lumumba, Professor Lumumba, his lecture is just like, wow, mind-blowing. That's the kind of lecture I would like in my university, in my forum. So these are the people I listen to. So if you know these are the kind of people I listen to and books I read, you got to understand where I'm coming from. And I'm in Europe. So I can tell you about European inspiration as well, which I've had, and American as well, and Jamaica.
I want you to listen. I want you to listen to this,
Mm-hmm.
And if it is anywhere close to Malema.
Now from Mr. de Klerk, who was disciplined when 8 million of taxpayers' money was given to Inkatha Freedom Party? That was in July 1991. Who was disciplined? These vague statements are counterproductive because they lead to the conclusion that Mr. de Klerk is less than frank in making important statements on national issues. But I want to say that various points of view have been expressed here. I wanted to assure you that on the 27th of April, you will make your choice. And I don't doubt what it is going to be.
Okay.
That was Mandela on his debate stage with de Klerk on the eve of the election. On the eve of the election, before he was elected president of South Africa, and when you put it's called
Julius Malema.
Julius Malema on the same scale with Mandela. I mean, it is like day and night. I don't think Malema represents any view that Mandela represents. In fact, I think Malema says Mandela was a sellout. He sold the South African people. You need to look at his story so well. So Malema is a populist.
Muzalendo, when you say that,
Muzalendo,
when you say that, I'm not a Mandela fan. I'll be honest, I'm not a Mandela fan. I'm Winnie Mandela fan. So understand what I'm looking at. I'm talking at the white.
I know
any
Malema fan would be a Winnie Mandela fan.
Before I met Julius Malema, I read the book of the biography of Winnie Mandela and the whole history of Winnie Mandela. By the time I put that book down, it made me look at Mandela in a different light.
Exactly. I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from.
Don't read the cover. Read the book. Read the book. Yeah. So I don't listen and run with it.
I have also equally learned about Winnie Mandela's life when Mandela was in prison, and then I realized that again there is the good reason why Mandela had to divorce Winnie at some point, and he was he had some good counsel with himself that this is not the right person that I need to be with. Now, you look at again Winnie's legacy and Winnie's political rise and the deaths that happened in her rise to popularity. Then you realize that yes, she might have been the backbone behind Mandela, but she had got a lot of blood in her hands. Same to Malema, what he's advocating for is not what I advocate for. I advocate for a universe that we are all equal in the eyes of God. There's no white and black. That is what I stand for. There is a human being, and there is no white and black. We are all equal in the eyes of God. In the eyes of Malema and in the eyes of Randall, there is a black man and there is a white man. So I don't want to be judged by the color of my skin.
Muzalembo, they say in Bantu phrase. Sorry. Let me say something on that, because you're trying to build a character on me. I don't like you building a character. I like you to ask me the question and I'll answer. But you're not asking me a question. You're just telling me things about me, and I'm like, how do you know me? And I'm going, that's not me.
Go ahead, Randall.
So
Yes.
black and white and black were equally the same. Okay, fine, you want to say that. But I say to myself, okay, the concept is a Bantu phrase, a proverb. It says, because you don't eat lion, don't think the lion will not eat you. You know, so don't be friendly with the lion because you're a friendly guy. Sometimes sleep with your enemy is not a really good idea when you know he's your enemy. You know? So you have to have a guideline for what reasons you say the things you say. But besides that, when you was talking all this time, I kept on thinking, okay, how did we get here? I said Julius Malema. Why do I like Julius Malema? Winnie Mandela. But because as Afrocentric and Pan-African and diaspora African, Africa is the first thing in a continent. Leave alone South Africa. Malema loves to represent that, and I also have him on my group as well, WhatsApp group, diaspora group, Pan-Africans. So Julius Malema represents the whole continent of Africa, even though he's based in South Africa. The same thing such as Ruto, when he's traveling, he kind of represents Africa, but also Kenya as the president of Kenya, but he do speak out on behalf of Africa and the relationship of Africa. When he says, oh, when we come to your country, you treat us like schoolboys and you put us on a bus. But when you come to our country, we treat you with high regards. Why are you going to treat us like that? We're not back in the days. So the mentality of Ruto saying that is like, oh, you're very rebellious. No, he's not. He's pointing a point out. You're very African. Africans should stay in their place. No, we're not Africans and we're not going to stay in our place. Well, we give you respect. We want that respect back. You disrespect us, we're going to point it out.
And that's what he did. So Julius Malema and certain people like Professor Lumumba, who speaks certain things, and he says, "Oh, why is it that Europe gets mineral from Africa, America gets mineral from Africa, Arab country gets mineral from Africa, the whole world gets minerals from Africa, but Africa is the most poorest continent in the world." Now, he's not pointing out Kenya. He's not pointing out Nigeria or South Africa. He's pointing out the continent. The whole continent. And that's what you have here, Afrique 24. Afrique 24. Even though this debate is just in a box, causes Kenyan politics. It's only me that's taking it out, that concept, when I start to put Julius Malema in, then I start to pull these other people in. And sometimes we have that debate, but we always go back to the Azimio. We always go back to Ruto and Raila and these stuff. I understand, I respect that. It's only maybe I'm putting it out of the concept.
Randall,
but I am from Kenya. When I go to Nigeria, Nigerians know I'm Kenyan. Jamaicans know I'm Kenyan. Europeans know European English people know I'm Kenyan. Everybody knows I'm Kenyan, and I pray that I do not give you any bad face when I speak. And I stand up as a Kenyan, who I'm proud to be Kenyan, as you can see.
A proud Kenyan out there. I mean, you are right. You are right. The idea of that's wonderful. The idea of Afrique. I think when Afrique was conceptualized, was to bring the African community together and speak one voice. Because there is the political voice, but there is the voice of the people. And the voice of the people represent what you are saying now. Now, what we are talking about, and maybe as the station progresses, then we will see more of Ugandans coming into the station and telling us about Uganda, South Africa. We need, if you have a South African friend, I mean, we'll open up the debate, but you will realize that we have the same common problem. What is the same common problem that is affecting Africa? Africa is affected by tribalism. And before we even think about uniting Africa, we need to unite the simplest family setup. Unite your own family. Yeah, unite your own family. Those tribal settings. Why we talk about Kenya so much and why we are against tribalism, because it divides us. It hinders the idea of one Africa. Yeah, it hinders the idea of one Africa. Tribe is good, but it is negative in our politics. Yeah, it hinders the idea of one Africa. Because if we hate each other as a Kikuyu, as a Luo, as a Makamba, then when you go to Europe, then you are subjected to now racism. You are subjected to racism. Then, you know, you now feel the pain. You feel the same. It is the same pain that is back at home.
It's not about tribe now. It's about color.
Yeah, it's not about tribe now. It is something else. It is about color, and that's why I say Mandela, who said that, you know, even if it takes him a lifetime, but the unity of the black people in South Africa and the white apartheid rulers is so important. That is not what Malema stands for. That is where we differ with them. Because the white South African is a South African. When Springboks wins the World Cup, the whole South Africa celebrates. Whether you're black or white, you celebrate one team winning the World Cup rugby, yeah? So that is how the world is. So we should not be united on some other things, but in politics we are different. And a South African wins, then South Africa, the whole of South Africa is celebrating. But when it comes to politics, then we choose to celebrate what we need to celebrate. Yeah. So for me, the world is flat. It is never round. The world is flat. I can access Randall wherever he is. I can access any white person whatever it is. So that is what we stand for here in Africa, and that is what I believe is important for the next generation, and especially our generation, to advocate good governance and to tell people the truth, whether you come from a tribe, whether you come from, a political affiliation, but look at the morals, look at the society. For instance, I tell you one terrible thing that happened in my country, and people are celebrating it, but I don't look at it as a celebration. Somebody sits for a class 8 exam. A politician sits for a class 8 exam. In 2 months, he decides to sit for the exam when the people are when their children, our children, have been studying for the last 8 years. A politician comes and sits for the exam in 2 months and does the same exam that your children have been sitting for the last 8 years. For him, he wants to be in that exam so that he can get a ticket to run for political office, that he actually sat for that particular exam. What does it tell you about the education in our country? It is not important. Education is not important. The only important thing is that paper that you are going to get. So why should we even take our children in 8 years or subject to 8 years of schooling, while politicians can come in the last minute and do the same exam and get a political office and governance? So it is sad that we celebrate unlawfulness in our country. We celebrate corruption in our countries. We celebrate today, the people who we celebrate are the people who have got money. Today, Randall, doctors are resigning from their profession to run for political office. Yeah, teachers are resigning from their profession to run for political office, not because they want to issue good governance, but because it comes with some money. So that is what we stand for. We stand for the unity of Africa, but again, it has to start from the grassroots. It has to start from the base. Even as we unite Africa, we Kenyan people have to be united on some ideals that we feel are good and are beneficial to our people.
Okay, Mzalendo. Yeah, I've heard you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's a lot of points there that I agree with, and at the end of the day, I mean, I'm an enemy to someone, and somebody's my enemy. So, and it comes in different shapes and forms. So, someone might not like me because I'm not part of their religion. Someone might don't like me because I'm a different race of color. Someone don't like me because of different tribe. But at the end of the day, if I have to satisfy everybody, I'll go crazy. So I can only work with those people that I work with. My problem, I don't even know Jake, his background and what beliefs he believes in. But we seem to have an understanding when we come to communication. You, Muzalendo, I don't know what tribe you're from. You don't know what tribe I'm from. But at the end of the day, we do have a communication that we talk. There's people that do decide to live and be around people according to, like, you have to be their tribe, you have to be their religion, you have to be their color. So these are things that yeah, they're all over the place. But for me, I think I don't know, I just see, when I look in the mirror, I see myself, and when I see anybody that resembles me and I have my characteristics and, you know, understands me and I understand them, and they have no bad intentions towards me, then I got no problem. And the funniest thing, when you were saying that, we was talking about Tom Boy a minute ago, and when I read that biography, there's one thing he said, which I think it disturbed the Western world. They didn't like when he said this, and it was written in the biography when he stated that. Not even that, there's an interview, I believe, on YouTube, if only I can find it, where Tom Boyer says, do you know what separates our country? What separates Kenya is because of religion. Some people are Muslim, some people are Christians, and some people are just traditional. But that separates us on our so-called perception of what we vote for what we look for. So you're living in the same house, but you're arguing because your beliefs. He said the other thing is tribalism. You have a problem with tribalism. You've been separated to be shown who's superior, who's less than the other, according to the education and the position that people have been put in government. Now, this is only few. It wasn't long after just the independence. So he's one of the seeds of political young generation that had a vision for the future of Africa and what he wanted after seeing, the colonial period and him coming through the independence and growing through the independence. Then he had the politics taking place. So with all that politics, obviously, he was trying to find himself in a position, but there's people that felt he was a threat. And not only in Kenya, but also outside of Kenya. In the Western world, they didn't like the idea. Unifying the whole tribal, unifying the whole ideology of your beliefs. No. They had to have you all divided, because divided is easier to conquer. United is harder. With all that you've been bred with as a child yourself, can you overcome all that and decide to unify everybody? I believe on this channel that we're sitting here, I believe that the channel, we are trying to unify that. We're trying to put that together. We're trying to put our differences. Okay, our grandparents thought this, our parents thought this, but what do you think we need to do? What can we do to bring our people together? And that's what we're having this debate. Not about your religion, not about your tribe, not about your color or your race or your education. It's just simple things of life. And for me, it's this: water, food, and shelter. Nah, they're both the same. Sorry, Goodyear. Yeah, tribalism is worse than racism. Nah, they're exactly the same. They're really bad. They're just bad. They're just bad. There's nothing positive, nothing better than the other.
I agree with that. Goodyear. I agree with Goodyear. Listen, Randall. Can you imagine a fellow Kenyan treating you badly?
Yes, I can. But it's nothing worse than no. Well, Muslendo, in the land of Africa right now, I can live and survive in Africa. But when I live on a stranger's land, he tells you where to eat, when to sleep, when to wake up, what to say, how to feel about yourself, and what you should look like. This person every day crucifies you every single day. You're black, you're a monkey, you're savage, you're backwards. Does that happen in Kenya?
No,
People calling you nigger and monkeys.
You sometimes they don't tell you on
this job. Clean the toilet.
Right.
Go and clean the toilet. You're good for cleaning the toilet. In Kenya, if you have a good education, you can work hard. It doesn't matter your background. I can still survive in Kenya because black is black, not tribal. I speak to you in Swahili, speaking in Swahili. Unaweza kutengeneza gari. Wewe Mjaluo, Mkisia, Mkikuyu. Unaweza kutengeneza gari, ndio, tengeneza. I don't care about your tribe or your background. Just fix my car. Here, he's black. Don't touch my car, you nigger, you monkey. You tell me. Racism is better than tribalism? No, tribal, at least you have a heart. You still maybe not the same tribe, but you're like, let them eat, let them sleep, let them live their life. Here, they'll put you in jail, in prison, just because you look black. You walk down the street, you go in that shop, the security guard is following you because he thinks you're going to shoplift. Because you're black. Even a white man grew up in Africa for years and he got married, had children. He said he came to Europe for once. He never seen such racism against black people in his life. And he could not understand why black people live here. He went back as a white man. He didn't even have it that bad. And he preferred to live in Africa amongst Africans because he was ashamed of his own people. He was married to a black wife, had mixed children, but he was African white. But he did not get that treatment here. They just saw a white man. But they saw his wife. His wife is black. She got a different treatment. And he had to deal with that. Anyway, beside that, things are settled. They're not bad as before. I don't know if they ever get better, but for me, the way I'm feeling it and the strain that I've been through all this time, the reason why I want to return back home is because I feel happy at home. It doesn't matter how much money I make. It doesn't matter what degree I have, what business I have, what job I have. When I walk in a place, they look at me, I already know instantly. I'm an outsider.
I agree with you.
Mazinda, I have to go. I'll be honest. I was going to go earlier, 10 minutes ago, but it's a pleasure having me. And,
Yeah. We need to end the
hopefully
show.
it's not last time.
I think we need to end the show at this particular. Jakes, I don't know where he has gone to, but it should be on in the background to end this particular edition of this programming. So, but we have done so well. We have done almost 4 hours of this particular show. And Randall, I think the issues that have come up. Look, Mburu is coming now in the show. I don't know.
I'll leave it with Jeff Burrow. For me, I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna bid you good night. Good night. Yeah, good night. And I love you all. And I wish you all the best. I know it's not the last day. Hopefully it's not. I beg not. And I'll see you next time. And you know, God willing and life willing.
No, leave your contacts, please. Leave your contacts on the please leave your contacts on the private chat.
I'll do that.
Leave your contacts on the private chat when we want to discuss about Africa and South Africa in particular. You will be part of the show. All right.
Jake knows me for years. He's got my contact, my email. He call me direct. Jake is my guy. I told him when I land there, I want to come and he's gonna take me on choma and ugali. So
utakula nyama kabisa. Utakula nyama kabisa mpaka mpaka ushibe.
I miss the home food. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Peace, man.
Good night.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Mzalendo.
No, you.
Yeah, I got some visitors. That is why I had to leave the show. I had some people who came to see me. Yeah, but I was following the debate, and that was great. That was good.
No, the debate has been good. It's still going on. You're forgetting that we are still on air.
Yes, I know. Unless there is something you want me to say.
I think I'm also tired. I need to leave. Jex, I think, is drifting to sleep. Let me just say hi to Goodia. Goodia, that is the name of a tire. You need to tell us your real name. Goodia, that's the name of a brand, all right? Randall, people in Kenya has had tribalism for many years, and now I've seen many Kenyan friends treating each other badly. Yeah, being treated badly in your country is okay, but being treated badly in a foreign country is more painful. Goodia. Thank you for being part of the show. There's Bill, Siasa Kenya. Bill was